She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's, if your chain's choking, Ethernight whiz. Found her at a bullet hook, sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagron drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing lag. Shooby-doo-bop crack. That lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. To do with a do with a do with do with do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall. Eyes open, truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullify a sniffing bomb, my cloak's too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. You private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive jump. Eyes everywhere, match 3 burner phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your joint and scene. Heading up the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like, who's got the keys? Nullifiers huffing, you're just a rat with His firewall splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaks at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti, they rock on PI. Get homemade in 7 for time. Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency sub. Notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the orphans, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spin, urging those dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Chaos is not compeller, or it's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prop? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial up from age. Old to speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spin, urging those dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Calling me mad, but mad's just a beta test for Boodle. Oh, he just got to follow. He just got to follow. He just got to follow. He just got to.
Just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers. Forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing, buff-eyed corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last, and the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, 'cause regen biddlers stack in stacks. For we bid let this city on sports and chains. We bid let this city with regen brains. We bid let this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some tread fibro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. We just launch and stake on chain. Go, we pay let the city on sports and chain.
She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's, if your chain's choking, Ethernight whiz. Found her at a bullet hook, sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange drools over slow motion doom. Grind, her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bop crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a Buffacorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Architect with a Buffacorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do with for do with for do with do with you ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall. I scooped and truce from dress sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing by my cokes too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. Your private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive jump. Eyes everywhere, not just 3 burner phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomping blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dead scene. Get it up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like, who's got the keys? Nullifier's huffing, you're just a rat with as firewall splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaves at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it. Coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti, they rock on PI. Get homemade in 7/4 Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency so. Professor.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Ethernight stage at ETHDenver 2025. Super excited about our panels today. I'm Lauren Halstead, your MC for the day. As soon as everybody's ready and settled in the back, would love to bring out our first panel. But in the meantime, we'll just wait a second. All right. So to start off the day, we have the VC landscape in 2025, perspectives from emerging markets. I'm handing over to Mickey Graham, our moderator for the panel. Mickey, would you like to come up? You're welcome. Excited to see you. Old friend from Chainlink Labs.
Awesome. Well, can we get the rest of the panelists up here, and then we'll get started. Yeah, you're up. All the mics work. We good? Check 1 2 1 2. Awesome. Well, hello everyone. Really excited to be here. My name is Mickey Graham. I'm the co-founder and GP of a new venture capital firm, MetaLayer Ventures. We are a $25 million fund, writing $500,000 to $1 million checks in pre-seed and seed stage protocols and businesses. So with me today up here, I have 4 really great emerging managers. Before we jump into the conversation though, I want to kind of set the stage for where we are today. The crypto venture capital ecosystem is undergoing one of the most dramatic shifts in recent memory. Just 3 years ago in 2022, the industry was flush with capital. According to Galaxy Digital, in 2022, there were over 300 funds announced that raised just about $35 billion. Fast forward to today, just 2 years later, last year, 2024, those numbers had cratered. There were just 79 funds announced last year that raised just over $5-ish billion. So combined, that's a 74% drop in fund count and an 86% decline in venture capital dollars raised. Yet, despite this, the funds represented on the stage today have successfully raised a Fund 1 or Fund 2 and are actively deploying into and supporting the early stage ecosystem. Each of these funds was able to raise in this environment because they had a compelling value proposition and or a thematic differentiation, often in an underallocated area. We'll get into this as well, but I think emerging managers like the ones on the stage today play a critical role in the ecosystem, helping entrepreneurs take bigger risks, providing the first institutional check when larger funds won't, and having the ability to bet on the next wave of crypto innovation. So with that, I'd love to kind of just jump in. Let's spend 30 seconds on intros. If the 4 of you can just kind of introduce your firm, your check size, and some of your focus areas.
All right, thanks, Mickey. Hi, everyone. I'm Alex Lin. I am one of the founding partners of Reforge. We are an early stage fund really focusing on the intersection of Web 2 and Web 3 in the sense that we spend a lot of time looking at Web 2 companies and engaging with founders that are really focusing on addressing a lot of coordination problems and bottlenecks that exist within their respective industries. So this is everything from logistics and supply chain companies and startups to healthcare to obviously finance and identifying crypto and distributed networks as a mechanism to essentially be the substrate for unlocking the solution space for those coordination problems. For us, we are typically writing the first institutional check into these companies and really kind of bridging the gap with helping them, introduce crypto in a way that really kind of changes the game. So we're really flipping the script, and so I guess not specifically looking at just crypto, but spending a lot of time in the Web 2 side. Our check sizes range from 250 all the way up to 2 mil, and those conversations have been really great because a lot of times the answers that we're getting from founders is, hey, we do not care about crypto and we don't think distributed networks is a great mechanism to enhance our business, and so then we ask why. And so a lot of the answers are around the infrastructure not being mature enough, and so we also spend a lot of time incubating companies that address these infrastructure problems from the crypto side. So that we're kind of like a two-part fund, and my partner and I are joined by a third partner that we've built, an agentic partner called Ava, and she helps with essentially everything around sourcing and helping us with diligence and building out our operations.
Great. Hey everyone, my name is Sunny Parikh. I'm one of the co-founders and managing partner at Reflex Ventures. Me and my partner, we were previously at Point72 Ventures and come from a very traditional finance background. What we invest in, how we think about the space, we can break it down into three kind of main areas. One, we think the last 10 years and the next 10 years of crypto are going to be quite different. Two, I think to make progress in the space, we're going to have to go beyond the casino and actually invest in real stuff. And three, as a builder or investor, you'll have to figure out a unique kind of go-to-market or your unique value prop to kind of create value. So the way we think about that is, this kind of meme game or the broader game of just kind of token high FTV kind of this gamification is not going to be sustainable, and so you have to move beyond that. To go move beyond the casino, you're going to have to actually solve real problems and create value. And where builders and founders understand what the pain points are and think about leveraging blockchain or crypto to reduce the tax on trust and reduce kind of the intermediaries, that is what's going to be sustainable. And in 10 years, we want to be investing in companies, or we want to have been invested in companies that build real solutions that are kind of the next generation of companies leveraging blockchain.
Awesome. I'm Katrina. I'm a general partner of Portal Ventures. What you need to know about us is very simple. We only lead or co-lead. We backed pre-seed stage, very first believer what we were building, and we back one per category, which entails every quarter we really do our homework and dive into the area where we have a right to win and understand the sector, and we pick a winner there and go from there. So easy.
My name is Casey. I'm the founding and GP of a fund called Topology Ventures, which is actually a frontier tech fund. So we do crypto, but we also go outside of crypto. So things like AI and neurotech and more like on the robotics and hardware side as well. And before this, I was an investment partner at Paradigm, and before that, I was an engineer at Google.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for the intros. So we have 22 minutes. Let's kind of jump into the heart of it. I know this room is probably mostly full of entrepreneurs and founders. So for founders who are raising this year, how would you describe this environment, specifically compared to the markets of yesteryear, 2021 and 2022, or 2023 to 2024? What's the environment entrepreneurs are going out in 2025? Who wants to take it?
Sure, I'll start. I'll frame it from the ones that we look at companies' investments. There's plenty of capital for interesting entrepreneurs building solutions that are creating value in a sustainable way. I think too often, unfortunately, founders are building or pitching, thinking about venture investors as their end customer. And so founders thinking about actual real customers and users and building a real business, there's plenty of capital sources for that and real funds that are doing that. So I think it can be easy sometimes when you're trying to raise money to kind of say what the venture investors want and whether it's a token or this. But if you actually, I think, are building something sustainable, can talk through what is the problem you're solving, how you're going to market to do that, and how your solution is actually creating that value and solving that in a unique way and what your expertise is, there's countless funds. And if you're doing something like that, I'm happy to talk to you as well.
Yeah, anyone else want to take this? I'm curious specifically compared to kind of 2022 and previous boom cycles we've seen. How do you think the current market compares to that?
I think that because we're at a crypto conference, I'll say this, just like the number of tokens has just fucking exploded over the last few years. Somebody told me this yesterday, I think it's true, there's more tokens than there are users in the space. And so we recently did a huge analysis. We're like a really engineering first fund, just given my background. My first hire was a developer I met as an anon on the internet, and then he doxed as a Citadel quant, and we poached him. And we just did this massive analysis on resistance levels in crypto in terms of like what FDVs projects can reach and then sustain. And I think, I don't know if we're going to open source this, but basically I think that the market has changed so much with the proliferation of tokens, and there are these natural resistance levels of where retail is willing to support tokens. And so I think that's the biggest change. I think it really changes monetization. I think it really changes upside. I think it really changes the entry prices we need to be getting in and the amount of ownership you need to own. And then the last thing I'll say on this is like the tokenomics have really shifted because of this, because there's so many tokens, there's like a totally different playbook for exchanges and how the tokens need to flow in order to optimize the probability of success. Yeah.
Yeah, quickly to dovetail on the exchange side, I recently came back from Hong Kong where you do a lot of research on what it takes to reach the distribution platform. And the number of token getting listed collectively across the top 3 exchanges is actually about 10 to 15% of the last cycle. And exchanges, maybe it's from the regulatory pressure, maybe it's from the fact that they already have too many alt tokens. It's getting a lot more stringent, which, it's just, another way of saying, the playbook might be different this cycle.
Wait, what do you mean by, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
What do you mean by wouldn't you think it's less conservative now than before? Or like, so why would regulatory be a reason that there's less listings?
Oh, as in up until this point before Trump.
Oh, before.
Yeah.
I see. So
Yeah.
15%.
It's it's 5,000 tokens being listed last cycle, and maybe less than 15% is like 100 collectively, so 7%-ish. Yeah, it's pretty insane.
Yeah, I'm also really curious to hear Alex's thoughts on this. These guys are some of the best infrastructure investors that I know, especially coming from Shima, and you guys have invested in a lot of the most seminal infrastructure projects over the past, call it, couple of cycles. How do you feel about the current landscape on the infrastructure side?
Yeah, I think it's starting to shift in favor of. So there's just a lot of noise, and I think we can all agree with that, not just from the token side, but I think a lot of noise with respect to building projects because Vitalik posted something 3 years ago, and you just want to, essentially raise capital from investors that want to support that vision. But then at the end of the day, that infrastructure component may not actually be tangible for anything or for other developers to then build upon. And so I think on the infrastructure side, it's easier to stand out with quality, and especially how you attract developers in terms of if you are going further down the stack, maybe if you're building a new L1 or and you're focusing on security versus high performance, then I think it's easier to stand out, and I think people also have to understand this isn't an overnight thing. I think a lot of infrastructure investments have had quick turnarounds because their product is the token. And at the end of the day, they aren't attracting the right developers and nothing gets done. So I think nothing has really shifted, honestly, relative to previous cycles. I think people are just starting to get more jaded, and the filter for quality has just increased.
Awesome. So looking ahead to 2025, what are some of the sectors you're most excited about? I think, in 2024, we saw the rise of the intersection of AI and blockchains. Casey, I know you've spent a lot of time thinking about this. We've seen some great infrastructure and scaling solutions emerge over the past year. I think Sunny on the consumer and kind of like more consumer application side, I think you guys have been doing a lot of great work there. What are you really kind of looking forward to in 2025?
Yeah, I can start there. Listen, there's a lot of builders building really interesting solutions, whether it's consumer or enterprise, where crypto is abstracted away. Like, for instance, one of our most recent companies is a ticketing company, and there's probably a lot of trauma in the crypto world with lots of people trying ticketing, and the challenge is the fact it's not that ticketing can't work and blockchain can't solve kind of the trust tax that most of these large players charge. It's the go-to-market. So most people try doing it in primary, and it's really hard because the market is very complex in the primary, but secondary markets are very interesting and easier to navigate. So we have a company called XP. That's a ticketing marketplace where it's the cheapest place to buy a ticket in the secondary market. Cheaper than StubHub, cheaper than any of the others, just because they don't charge a fee. Just the way Robinhood reduced the trading fees from $8 or $10 a trade to $0, these guys are doing that and figuring out other ways to monetize. So I think it's being creative and innovative and understanding where crypto and blockchain can solve that problem, but doesn't need to be the product itself. And the maturation of the space requires us to move from the technology being the product to technology being enabling and building a lot of interesting products. It's been hard because, as Casey mentioned, all these tokens, and it's an easy way to kind of make a quick buck for a lot of people, and so it's distracting. The casino is, but really building long-term solutions is where we see the path forward. And there's tons of entrepreneurs doing that, and we've invested in companies doing that in payments and doing that in supply chain, and so solving problems where they have millions in revenue from real customers, large enterprises, luxury designers and so on. So that's the opportunity, and there's a whole host of other companies, but I'll let the others share as well.
I recently backed a crypto quantum company that took me 6 months to find because the intersection, the Venn diagram of someone who's been thinking about quantum cryptographer for a long time and understanding crypto plus being commercial enough to make this into a product is really hard to find. But I think the narrative, and I mean, if you think about crypto, people feed on two things. It's greed and the fear. We literally have the greed fear index, right? And so far with the meme coin craze, we see the greed factor come into play. Whereas fear, I think Bybit is just impactful timing for going forward when people capitalize on all of these trading, like how can they perpetuate their gain? I do think the quantum, so effectively what this protocol does is without bridging, without changing your public or secret key, it's a smart contract that's post-quantum locked. So any protocol, wallet, dApps, or even institutions, they can effectively use them and become quantum, post-quantum. So that's something, I think the security space, with the protocol business model, because the equity, this is a whole different can of worm, the equity business model versus a protocol, but the intersection of protocol and security could be quite interesting.
I just think two things that excites me. I think one is obviously the AI stuff, but I think it's really kind of the consequence of what we're seeing with the development of essentially moving from the attention economy to intention economy, and so being able to be proactive with how people essentially engage with agents to derive intent from existing data or previous intents. And so this is not intents in the sense of crypto, but actions, right? And so I think doing that in a decentralized substrate such as on crypto rails, I think is a really fascinating thing to explore. The second is security. So we're not seeing a reduction in hacks by amount, obviously with the Bybit stuff, as mentioned. So I think with security, I've always been very bearish on auditing firms. I think generally we all agree it's a very reactive approach to solving on-chain security, and so security not in the sense of economic security, but I think building out solutions that are similar to aerospace. So the reason why a plane doesn't fall out of the sky if there's an error within the operating system or within the distributed system is because there are essentially hooks, mechanisms that prevent one area from failing and then covering out with another part of the distributed system. And so I think that is one very fundamental implementation that I don't think we've really thought very deeply about when it comes to network design. And so I think that's starting to change, and so that's another area that I'm really excited for.
Okay, I'm going to try to say some things that just to not repeat. Yeah, we were really early to DAI. Like even in 2022, my Twitter bio was crypto AI, and everyone was like, "That's never going to happen." And now it's just funny that like it's such a thing, and it's been a thing, and now it's not a thing again. So I still am really excited about some things in decentralized AI. I think a lot of it is noise. So I don't know. I guess that's not a contrarian take. I think probably the thing that I spend my most time on that is like the lowest overlap with other people is the intersection of neuro and crypto. I think that neural data is the most valuable data set that we don't have access to yet in the entire world. I think it's getting unlocked with like a really interesting technology called transcranial focused ultrasound. And I suspect that we're not gonna want Elon to have access to our brains. And so I do actually think, and this isn't like a bit, like I really do think having ownership over our neural data is going to be really, really important for a society developing. And so I don't know if it's going to be like fully decentralized, but I think at least at a minimum, the ethos of this industry will get into neurotech.
Curious, a quick follow-up question, if I may.
Yeah, go for it.
Is there a dependency on hardware and haptics to collect those data?
Yeah. I don't know how much I can share about our thesis, but we think that so like basically, historically, the neurotech community has relied on EEG, but EEG doesn't have good enough spatial resolution, which means like it doesn't have enough like specific places of the brain to actually like, use that data. So now we have this like new modality that I'm really, really excited about. And yes, there's like a dependency. There's what needs to happen is a wearable company. If anyone knows of any, text me. We need a wearable company that is using like VLMs to take in your world and then pair it with better data with high spatial res. And from that, we can build like a really, really good model around what our brains are actually doing, which is like a total like black box today. Does that answer your question? Yeah.
Super cool.
And one more thing I'll just add on the contrarian side is, one space we've been spending a little bit of time on, we think about like where are there incentives that are the most misaligned, and one of those spaces is healthcare. We have a healthcare system it's a fifth of our budget, and it's partly because incentives are misaligned. And so if you can figure out an interesting mechanic where crypto's magic power is incentive alignment, and figure out who owns that risk, and how they can incentivize the right behaviors to reduce overall costs and drive kind of aligned behavior, there's a massive opportunity to kind of do that, whether it's a direct consumer solution or enabling a lot of these players. So we've seen a few others. Obviously, there's some regulatory challenges and so on, but in general, like if someone cracks that and is building that, we think it's a very interesting space. It's not crypto. The product doesn't even be crypto, but crypto rails can solve a lot of this in a pretty interesting way.
Awesome, thank you. I love it. So we have consumer, neuro, really spanning the gamut here. Really exciting areas. So let's talk about the distinction between emerging managers and mega VC funds. I think a lot of us on this stage came from larger platforms. Casey was at Paradigm, Sunny was at Point72, I was at 2 Sigma. Kind of how should entrepreneurs and founders think about working with smaller funds? What is the advantage to being a smaller and more nimble organization? I know you have some thoughts on this, Al.
Yeah. I mean, capital is abundant, and so we really think about as investors, where else can we provide value? But also at the same time, we are investors at the end of the day, and so I don't expect to know more about a company or a particular product than the founder. And so when it comes to, I guess, value add, I think it more about kind of point of absolute maximum versus area under the curve, right? Like I can introduce the founders to other VCs. I can make introductions, help with marketing, be a thought leader with whatever they're building. But I think for us, given my background with my partner, is to really kind of focus more on the technical architecture and then being very lean, right? I think other larger firms have technical teams that do provide that similar support, but I think I'm whiteboarding with founders on the first pitch call before we even make an investment, and so I think those conversations are incredibly valuable. That I think at a larger firm, maybe an analyst is getting on instead of the partners, and so for us, we're very boots on the ground, and I think being lean and being more personable has reaped a very special relationship, because at the end of the day, it's a marriage, and getting in at the earliest stage, not just with capital, but intellectual capital, is incredibly important for founders solving incredibly difficult problems.
Yeah, listen, I agree with what Alex said. I think what I'll add is, a relationship between an investor and a founder, it's a marriage, right? And so it's a personal relationship of, is this someone I want to work with? Is this someone that's going to be there? I just understand, and can they actually help? At the earliest stages, you want someone that's a little more hands-on, where that capital means something to them, and that's going to keep them up at night, just like it keeps you up at night, to kind of help build and drive that. As you grow, there's different needs and different funds, so there's not a one size fits all. It depends on where you are in the kind of growth curve. I think, and then from an early stage fund investor, it's finding the ones that can solve kind of the needs you'll have over the next 12 months, next 18 months, and get you to those milestones. So it's a very personal decision, but I think at the earliest stages, early stage funds have unique kind of product market fit there, and that matters to them. Every investment we make, we're in touch with regularly. It matters, it moves the needle. While at larger funds, you can kind of get lost in kind of this whole machine that is about collecting AUM and management fees from that.
Yeah, for us, we are quite specialized. We lead or co-lead, and we are first day backers. So really, there's nothing too early for us. I'm sure if there are founders out there, they've heard the feedback from larger firms of, it's a little early for us. Nothing is too early for us. And half the company we've backed don't even have a white paper. I'll, hands-on, quite help them. Basically, the storytelling is something that's really missing from a lot of technical capable teams. And from my background, I did probably a little too long staying in management consulting, but I did that for 5-6 years, and storytelling is all I do. This is why that's one of the areas we work very, very closely with the founders. And also just once you have a lead, you start having momentum, and that's the hardest thing to find, and that's kind of where we play, and also being collaborative with many, many other funds to do the same.
Anything else, Casey, you would add?
I think they did a good job.
Great. Awesome. Well, we have 4 minutes left. I think, Katrina, that's a great segue to this last topic, which is tactical advice for entrepreneurs in the room. They are trying to get checks. They're trying to raise rounds. What is the best way to do that? What is the advice you would give the people here who are trying to raise from you?
I have some advice. Here's my advice. I think that the fact that AI is making software commoditized in the end, because it's all automated, and so we'll have this software on the fly. This is not a unique opinion anymore, so I feel like most people in the audience will say yes, but I think what isn't understood is the downstream effects of that. One being that you just do need less capital. Like, you're just gonna be able to build more with less. And what that means is going and getting money from a multi-stage fund is just like actually not intelligent, because for them, you're a call option for them to do a bigger check later on, but you're never gonna need that check, potentially. And so then you're not getting the support you need for the brand, for the option for them to invest in something that you don't need their money for, because you have AI to do all the things that you used to need to hire for. And so it's like actually a really interesting time for EMs, because you definitely should be partnering with people who, as everyone said on this panel, like, are staying up with you at night, are pulling all-nighters. Like, tomorrow I fly back to go literally live in a basement with one of my founders that we just led the pre-seed of, and we're just gonna like take a sprint week and get this up and going. Very few multi-stage funds will do that for you because their incentives just aren't aligned. And so to me, like, my advice is like really, really think critically about how much capital you need to build the business you wanna build, and considering how fast AI is moving, and then pick the partner that you really need to get you fully there. Because I think it's radically changing.
Totally agree. I think two other things I would say is sometimes it feels comforting to reach out to a lot of funds. There's a balance between kind of quantity and quality. And so understanding kind of who your target market, just like you would for your customers, who the right funds are, and focusing on those with some personalization, doing research to see what kind of companies they've invested in, talking through with them why it's a fit, understanding their thesis. The companies that come and talk to us have read our thesis, looked at our portfolio, super impressive, already shows kind of you're prepared. And then as you're messaging, having a clear view on what the product is, what the go-to-market is, how much you're raising. You know, you're not just saying I'm raising $5 million because of this. Like, what is the money gonna go? What the use of proceeds are? What milestone and value is it gonna unlock for the next round? And kind of being very thoughtful and methodical in that. That shows a very prepared mind that's coming there. And I think that first impression, having done that, just speaks volumes.
So yeah, I agree with all of those points, and I think I'll just add that just humanize the experience. I think I speak on behalf of everyone up here that we are investing, especially with the early stage mentality, in the founder, in you guys, and so for us, we want to invest in unkillable founders, because unkillable founders create unkillable companies, and so really let investors know who you are as a person. And I think that, and I think it's obvious, but I don't see it enough, and a lot of times I have to draw it out of them in calls. And so I think if you make that effort and being able to display, why you're doing what you're doing, and why you're equipped to do so, but doing it in a way that really kind of illustrates who you are as a person, it makes our lives easier, and also at the end of the day, it kind of brings out the most important thing when it comes to diligence is how do you minimize the execution risk associated to the founder, being able to overcome challenges.
I'll just echo real quick. Unkillable founders, I like that. When you have 3 projects you're working on, you're pitching your 4th, that's not very appealing. So it's like knowing that this is the main thing you're going to be working on, and you're committed for the long term.
Awesome. Well, I think with that, let's go ahead and end it. It looks like we're at time. So can I get a round of applause for our 4 lovely panelists? Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks, Becky.
And the lab coat on fire, sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti, they rock on PI. Get homemade in 7 for a time. boondos, the efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency sub. Professor Way's got the future on spin, book. Urging notes, dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, book. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spin, book. Urging notes, dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, book. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Chaos is not compeller. Orders just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prop? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial up found. Old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spin, book. Urging notes, dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, book. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Throwing me mad, but mad's just a beta test. A bullet or oh, Pete John's right.
Not just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers. Forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. Cows are voting, vibes are flowing, buff corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last, and the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Ether Night stage. Next up, we have our stablecoins, even real crypto. Welcome to the stage, Ria and Annika. Great to have you here. I'll hand it off to you now.
Thank you so much. Very stoked to be here. I'm Ria. I am the COO at Delta. It's a new type of distributed system. And we've been thinking a lot recently about use cases that are powered by stablecoins, especially as it relates to payments, the next generation of financial services, neobanks, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm very excited to be here and talking to Annika. Annika, do you want to do a quick intro?
Sure, yes. Can you hear me? Is this thing on?
Yeah.
Awesome. I'm Annika. I lead the ECO Foundation, and ECO is a project focused on stablecoins and stablecoin user experience in the Ethereum ecosystem and beyond. So very excited to talk all things stablecoins. There's been a lot of really interesting discourse recently on the topic, and yeah, excited to dive in.
Amazing. So maybe I can start off by setting the stage a little bit about some of the recent news happening in the stablecoin landscape and some metrics. So I think ever since Stripe announced the acquisition of Bridge, a lot of focus has been paid to stablecoins, especially outside of the crypto space. A lot of fintechs are thinking about it. A lot of banks are thinking about it. I think just yesterday, the CEO of Bank of America was like, we are developing our stablecoin strategy, which is insane to think that this is happening. I wouldn't have thought that would have been the case 12 months ago. And a lot of activity related to stablecoins is actually still happening on Ethereum.
That's right.
So I think there's about $210 billion in stablecoin supply outstanding.
That's right.
And about half of that is on Ethereum,
Yeah.
which is pretty insane. And then another 10 billion is on ETH L2s like Base, Optimism, Arbitrum. And it's interesting, I was like looking into the data, and the number of active addresses on Ethereum is 2.2 million, but the supply is huge. So that kind of indicates that the addresses holding stablecoins on ETH are holding like large values of stablecoins,
Right.
and they're using it for large transactions. Maybe more businesses are using stablecoins on ETH, whereas on L2s, it's like a lower transaction size. So that's kind of like setting the stage of where stablecoins are today. I'd love to kind of kick it to you to start talking about what you think some of the unique use cases are that stablecoins are being used for today.
Yeah, that's a great question. And, stablecoins, I think, have evolved so much from their inception. We had the first stablecoin, Tether, I believe, was launched in like 2014. So this has been a long time coming. And it's really was kind of like the 2021, 2022 bull market, whereby stablecoins kind of had their initial surgence of market cap, and then they've just been kind of going up steadily from there. But if we look at stablecoin usage today, I would put it broadly speaking into three buckets. The first being just like doing things on chain, whether that's trading meme coins, accessing yield via DeFi, and kind of stuff that those of us who are deeply crypto native kind of know and love, but that is kind of foreign to the outside world, generally speaking. And then the other two use cases that I see, at pretty big scale today, are both ones that exist kind of outside of the North American bubble. And so I think that's kind of important to note. One is just cross-border payments. The ability to send US dollars internationally across borders is much cheaper and faster than stablecoins than it is in the traditional banking system. And many people, mostly, ex-US, are starting to realize that. And then the other use case is just access to the US dollar for people who are living in other economies, and not necessarily sending it overseas, but just having access to the US dollar as an asset. The US dollar is one of the greatest exports that America has ever had, and one of the highest kind of demand products that has phenomenal product market fit worldwide. And so for people in other economies like Argentina, for example, who have had, massive inflation over the last several years, if they have been able to hold in stablecoins rather than hold in the traditional banking system in the Argentinian peso, say, their purchasing power is far greater than that of their peers. And that's another use case where we've seen just tremendous, acceptance and outreach in the last several years.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I think those are some of the use cases that I'm most excited about, and I want to share a couple of examples, especially as it relates to that last category. So when I was an investor at Castle Island Ventures, and we have done a lot of work in the stablecoin space. And one of the first companies that we invested in when I joined was Yellow Card. And when Yellow Card started off, it was trying to be like a Pan-African exchange, giving people in African countries access to Bitcoin and ETH. And then, as with a lot of startups, you kind of just notice how are people using our application, how are people using our platform, and people really just started using Yellow Card to facilitate transactions across borders, intra-continent, using stablecoins, specifically USDT on Tron, which was really interesting to see at the time.
Yeah.
And then that part of the business has just taken off, and then now they are making it easy for businesses to send and accept stablecoins. That's actually another use case that I'm really excited about, is like business adoption of stablecoin payments. We were actually on a panel yesterday talking about some similar topics, and one of the examples that I shared that Stripe actually shared in their annual letter today was around SpaceX, which accepts stablecoins for Starlink purchases in countries like Argentina, Nigeria, and other markets where the local currency is pretty volatile, to reduce their FX exposure. And, they'll start there, and then they might even, global businesses are starting to hold balances in stablecoins to manage this FX exposure and risk, and make it easy to send money within the business or to suppliers potentially. So it's really spanning the spectrum of stakeholders now, which is awesome to see.
Yeah, it's true. And another thing we talk about a lot in the stablecoin world is on-ramping and off-ramping, and solving that being critical to getting more users on chain. But ultimately, as you suggest, with SpaceX accepting USDC for Starlink, I think ultimately we're going to need to have more and more businesses accepting payments on chain and people actually finding ways to use their money in the real world. Like, you don't pay your rent or your groceries in stable coins today, but once the world starts to move more and more in that direction, then kind of optimizing for the frequent on and off ramping experience actually becomes less and less important because much of your economic activity will just end up happening on chain. We're definitely far away from that, but that's the way I see the world going. I think on and off ramps, there's a lot of providers, a lot of competition in the space, and they will continue to incrementally improve. But for stablecoins to really take off at scale from like a peer-to-peer payments perspective, I think that type of thing will need to come to fruition.
100%. One thing I'm excited about, and I hope to see this year, is more stablecoin linked cards, where you can just use the card at a point of sale and like spend your stablecoin at a merchant, and then hopefully the merchant. Well, actually, maybe we can spend a couple minutes talking about the benefits of stablecoins for merchants, because this is something that we were talking about at breakfast today. I think there's a lot of value of stablecoins to people in emerging markets. It's clear. But one thing that I think is less talked about, and just maybe more so now with like the Stripe Bridge acquisition, but is the benefits that it offers to merchants. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think, we actually have developed a stablecoin wallet that we've kind of taken out to merchants and sort of had some of these like boots on the ground conversations. One benefit that certainly appeals is the lack of interchange that they need to pay, right? Because stablecoins are effectively, a dollar-like product as opposed to an instrument like a credit card where they're paying, 3 or 4%. And so that certainly is, compelling to them. There is a question of, though, for the end user, if you're not offering, rewards on a credit card, is there a big enough benefit to the end user? So there's kind of like, you need to think about both the merchant dynamic and also sort of the end user and how you get both sides on board. I think it's all just an incentives problem all the way down that we're going to end up solving. But I think there's going to be a lot of experimentation in that respect over the coming years for merchants and consumers and like finding that balance.
100%. Okay, so the title of the panel is Are Stablecoins Even Real Crypto? So I want to spend some time talking about that.
Yes, spicier, a little bit spicier.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe let's like set the stage a little bit on this. Do you want to talk about what you think real crypto even means?
Yeah, and so
what does it mean to you?
Sort of the original inspiration for like this panel and this talk was driven by about a month or two ago. There was a lot of discourse on crypto Twitter. You may remember the meme of like the businessman in the Patagonia vest and with his coffee, and people kind of joking around like, okay, stablecoins aren't actually getting us towards, this decentralized vision of a new financial system that we're all after. And I thought that discourse was really interesting. And as someone who considers myself, definitely an Ethereum broadly speaking, and someone who wants to build towards that initial vision that was laid out, I very strongly believe that stablecoins are a necessary interim step to meet the world where they are today and bring them on chain and be able to, from there, do a bunch of really interesting innovation from a currency standpoint that will ultimately take place over the next, 5, 10 plus years. But I really believe that stablecoins, even though they are bringing the existing financial system on chain, are just fundamentally necessary for us to get to that future that is much more, perhaps innovative and just different than what we actually have today.
100%. And if you think about like some of the benefits that stablecoins offer, I feel like they're very aligned with the ethos of crypto.
That's right. And when we just talked about some of the use cases that are happening, financial inclusion and access, to things like the US dollar for people that perhaps don't otherwise have access, that is already playing out in a big way with stablecoins and, has not necessarily played out with other assets in quite the same way.
Yeah, it's just not possible. And, if you think about blockchains, like they are permissionless, right? So you should be able to do whatever you want on these chains. And, I think it's exciting that institutions are using permissionless blockchain rails to put traditional assets and give access and exposure to parts of the world that typically didn't have access to these assets, both financial and monetary. As it relates to I think another property that is under discussed is the transparency. I think that's a huge value proposition of permissionless blockchains. And by virtue of putting dollars on chain, you add transparency in a way that didn't exist in traditional payments before. One example of this, I was talking to a company called Koala Pay, and they basically help humanitarian aid programs move value to parts, of the world and recipients in parts of the world that need access to humanitarian aid. And one of the kind of things that they talk about that these programs look for is, how do I create more transparency in this whole process and system? And like stablecoins are an amazing use case for that, or an amazing way to kind of solve that transparency problem.
Yeah, I think that's totally right. And that's very in line with the ethos of crypto, even if it's an asset that is coming from the traditional financial system.
Yeah.
Another thing that I'm curious to touch on a little bit with you is the idea of diversity of different stablecoins, right? As most of us who are stablecoin users here in the room know, the stablecoin market at this point, from an issuance perspective, is dominated by two players that account for over 90% of stablecoin supply. And in the Ethereum ecosystem, we talk a lot about client diversity, right? With respect to not having too heavy reliance on, one party or one entity to kind of, maintain things and keep things going. Is that a thing that you worry about when you think about the future of stablecoins? That in Ethereum, but also in all the other chains, we kind of have this reliance on two players at this point. Do you expect that to change? How do you expect this to evolve? How do you think about this? Because it's something that's been on my mind a lot lately.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I think that also is one of the main reasons maybe why people have this question about like, are stablecoins real crypto? Because you think about Circle and Tether, and they're decentralized entities that have so much power. And it's really tough to, launch a stablecoin and get distribution. Like, it's amazing that PayPal has entered the space with PYUSD. But, if you look at the market cap of PYUSD, it's still like a fraction of what it is for Circle and Tether, and PayPal has huge distribution. Now, I think that's going to change, especially as they continue to integrate it into their products. But I definitely think there needs to be newer models introduced that kind of reduce the reliance on a single entity. One model that I'm pretty excited about, and we were talking about this as well, is the Global Dollar Network, where it's kind of a consortium. So even though there are centralized entities involved, it's more distributed than what exists today. So, the entities in this network include Robinhood, Anchorage, Kraken, Paxos, obviously, which is doing the issuance and management of the global dollar. And they're pretty open to bringing on new participants into the network to manage it. Another model that I'm pretty excited about is the one that M0 is working on, where the base asset is called M, and then you can wrap M to create branded stablecoins. But they're trying to make the M network as kind of distributed as they can, and potentially introduce some kind of decentralized governance. The founder used to be at MakerDAO, so I think some of his ideas and thesis developed from there.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I think, if we envision this future that plays out, that is a more multi-stablecoin world than perhaps we have right now, we also live currently, just to kind of set the stage, in an Ethereum environment that is highly fragmented. We've solved the scaling problem, but we've largely solved it with a proliferation of layer twos, of which the long tail is increasing day by day. And so we do, even already today, have a real user experience problem whereby if I'm trying to send you USDT on Base and I have USDC on Optimism, that is not easy to do.
No.
It's a swap and it's a send. It's a bunch of approvals in your MetaMask wallet, what have you. It's just a bit of a mess. For what it's worth, there's many folks working on this, including us at Eco, in terms of interoperability and trying to make one-click sends, regardless of what asset you're holding and regardless of what chain you're on, much simpler. But I think there's still a long way for us to go, just with respect to Ethereum and how it has scaled. And as we think about the sort of the permutations and complexity that comes with many, many stable coins on many, many chains, we've created a bit of a monster that we've got some work to do.
Yeah, totally. I know we have a few seconds left here, but one thing I'm curious to maybe end the conversation with is today, I think 99% of stablecoin supply is USD denominated. Do you think that's going to change?
In the short term, no. In the long term, yes.
Yeah.
I'm Canadian. I live in Canada. And I actually can't see a world in the next couple of years where I want to or need to use a Canadian dollar stablecoin. our existing systems, like, our Venmo equivalents, for example, are like pretty good in country. And so perhaps I'm using stablecoin, probably US dollar denominated, for cross-border appointments, and using stablecoins in the way that I do today. But as a citizen of another country, I actually don't feel a need for like in-country stablecoins. So I think that we will get there over time. In a decade, I would imagine that Canadian fintechs are building on crypto rails using a Canadian dollar stablecoin because it's programmable money, it's faster, it's cheaper, all of the benefits that we have and are working towards. But I don't think it's imminent.
Yeah, I agree. I think eventually there's a huge opportunity to improve FX markets as well and like bring on like G7 currencies and just make FX markets more efficient.
Totally, yeah.
But yeah, we're a long way away from that. I think that's all we have time for. Thanks so much.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Ria.
Debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fins. They cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Chaos is not compeller, or it's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prop? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Like runs dial-up found. Old speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Bugging tomorrow.
It would be really interesting because this is going to be the signature of RPC. So it's like
Everybody, great Friday. Welcome to the Ether Night stage at ETHDenver 2025. We're joined the panel so far. Would love to introduce the next panel, Payments Unlocked, Privacy and Compliance. Handing it over to our moderator, Vita, for the Delta Blockchain Experience. Thank you so much. Oh, it's finally working. How are you guys doing? Good, good. Energy, something in the room? Great. Okay, so this is very exciting. Like right before this panel, people were talking about why blockchain was invented. It was all about privacy. It was all about scalability on that privacy, both institutional and retail. And let's take that topic forward. I'm very excited. We have Howard Wu, founder of Alio. And then we have Rich Widman, who is heading crypto strategies at Google, which I'm very excited about because it only took you 10 years. So with that, let's start. So first thing, actually, I'll start with you, Rich. For a $1 trillion company, global company like Google, which has been questioned by a lot of policymakers about privacy, what does privacy mean to you?
Yeah, so I think that when we talk about privacy, right, there's sort of this idea of proportionality, right? So for users, there's the user idea of privacy. And we've made statements about this earlier, like generally speaking, everyone who wants to interact with a third-party service is going to be responsible for giving up some of their data. And the call to action or the challenge for people building in this space or people building any application is really to provide a service that users find valuable enough in order to make that transaction, right? And so we've been doing that on the search side and on the ad side for a long time. When we think about the crypto team and sort of the work that we do, it's obviously a very different role for Google to play. Because instead of us being sort of the center of a particular ecosystem that's controlled and run by us, in many ways we're just an equal participant. And that's really the exciting opportunity of a lot of these public chains is that they are permissionless. And so just like you have, we always think of like the sort of the degen crypto builder who's able to build the next asset or launch a stable coin. In many ways, this is also, if we want this to scale globally, going to be an opportunity for large companies like Google to find the right way to participate. And so a lot of what we're going to talk about today is a little bit of that intersection of, and actually the last panel talked about it, which is, stablecoins appear to be a necessary condition for success or adoption for crypto generally, right? The ability to hold a non-volatile asset, to transact using a fiat-backed currency, but using the permissionless rails is absolutely critical for adoption, and we're seeing that bear out in the numbers. But as it's designed today in terms of like public, totally transparent ledgers, it's not ideal from a payments perspective. And Howard and I were actually just speaking earlier at a B2B payments event, and we asked the question about, how many people use Venmo, and then how many people set the privacy setting on their Venmo so that those payments aren't visible to everybody. And almost everybody's hand in the room went up, right? So every user, every individual wants some level of control over that privacy, just like an enterprise will. And so I think what I'm really excited about, I know we've talked about this, is, the power of zero-knowledge proofs in this context actually offers a unique way to bring all of the best things about permissionless blockchains, but really level it up for the context that might be a little bit more suitable for large corporates like a Google. So.
Very interesting. You actually talked about 2-3 points which I want to come back and unpack, especially on the payments and privacy. But Howard, let's go here. So you have been one of the biggest voices about privacy and compliant in the space from very long time. Now you have Alio, which is a layer 1 privacy and compliant chain. And how do you see blockchain which is built on the principles of privacy, really changing how the Web 2 worlds, the large Web 2 worlds of Google, Facebook, all these companies work? Where does Alio come in?
Yeah, so for me, privacy, what ZK does and what the compliance here is for is really to unlock capabilities that aren't available or possible in crypto today. Take, for example, a simple user journey of buying coffee at your local coffee shop. If you were to pay in USDC today, the problem is that the barista would instantly learn your address. And if they know your address, now they know your wallet. And now they can see how much money you have, how much money you make, how much money you spend, how frequently you spend. This is a broken user journey. And so to me, this is about unlocking new capabilities and fixing some of the issues that are prevalent in Web3 today. With the technology like Alio, we're bringing private smart contracts to market, and this is an opportunity to introduce a private version of stable coins, to offer private payments. This is going to unlock not just for the consumer, but also, as Rich talked about, for enterprises as well. So many companies want to do payroll. They want to do payroll with stablecoins. And the problem, of course, as you can imagine, is, well, if you use a stablecoin to make your payroll, you instantly leak how much everyone makes. And even more so, your employees, they can just see how much their colleagues make. And so, this is a broken user journey from my view. And, fundamentally, the goal really with this technology is to unlock these types of user journeys.
So let me follow up on that. How does Alio come into the picture with this broken payment journey?
So Alio is foundational infrastructure. It's a new L1 using zero-knowledge proofs. For those who are new to zero-knowledge proofs, it's a technology that allows you to convince another party that you know something or you did something without having to reveal to them all of that data. And so this is a very powerful primitive. We've seen it used in very, very small examples and early examples thus far. This is the first blockchain to come to market using ZK that has private smart contracts. And what we think is going to be a huge opportunity for developers is to use this technology to introduce configurable compliance into their applications. So I actually just gave a talk 2 days ago at ETH Global about primitives that developers can develop in their applications, specifically escrowable time locks, verifiable credentials, as well as policy engines. And the reason these things are so important, take verifiable credentials, for instance. Everyone understands the importance of authenticity and being authenticated, but one of the problems is you don't want to reveal all of your information on the blockchain. So if I want to attest that I'm over the age of 18, I don't want to make it permanent in this immutable blockchain, my date of birth. Or my name, or my nationality, right? But I need to convince other people and the application that, for example, I may be over 18, that I may be a US citizen, that I may not be on an OFAC sanctions list, for instance. And so having zero-knowledge proofs enables you to do that. And so we think about this as an opportunity to introduce compliance and confidentiality for crypto.
Very, very fascinating, because every time when I check in a hotel and I have to give my driving license and passports and all that information and my credit card, I'm like, well, if I would be behind with basic computer knowledge, I can hack this person in 2 seconds. So maybe not a good thing to say I need to use Alio. So bringing that point here, Rich. So the question is, how does that work for Google? Like, not only from the institutional side, I'm a big GPay user, so how much privacy and compliant am I getting on that?
Yeah, well, it's a loaded question. As much as you set in your privacy settings is what I'll respond. But I think, look, where you're going to is where every crypto person goes in their mind, but we have a long way to go before we can even get to the scale of GPay, just frankly. But for us, like, I think there's two angles to this. So we don't have a long way to go for businesses to start adopting stablecoins. That's something that we have been pushing within our company for the last couple of quarters. And actually, as of Q4 last year, we were doing about tens of millions of dollars in stablecoin volume as payment for services. And so we're really actively playing around in this sandbox and exploring the crypto native primitives that exist and figuring out, like, how much of this can we use right out of the box? How much of this has a delta between our current processes from a finance and an accounting standpoint? And then are there people working on solving some of these, what we consider foundational challenges with respect to adoption? So I think that's the one part of it is, as we think about Google being a participant either as a recipient of stablecoins or perhaps a distributor of stablecoins, allowing people to receive payments, content creators, et cetera. Like, what's our role there, and what technology do we need to make that more possible? The other side of it is really the developer side, and before we got on stage, Howard and I were just talking about this, which is like, how do we bring the power of ZK to more developers in a way that allows them to tap into the benefits of this privacy-preserving technology while still building useful applications like wallets and swapping dexes and things like that. And so the big part of this discussion that we've been having with the Aleo and the Provable team has been, well, what are the things that developers need, right? And so obviously the value here, we're talking about data, is the public data sets that we have. We have a public data set program. We've indexed over 25 blockchains. Some of that actually appears in Google Search now. But before it gets into search, there are thousands of developers who are looking to build on these protocols who want access to that data. And so that's an area that we've collaborated with the Provable team to make the data on the Provable network essentially available to developers and third parties. And then there's a whole host of things that we can think about that will make this easier when it comes to like delegated proving, right? And that was the conversation we were just having. It's still very hard and frankly costly to run zero knowledge proofs, right? There's both a time and a latency concern, and then there's also a bit of a supply chain concern, which is if I build a wallet but I want to take advantage of ZK, who do I send the proofs to? And the folks at Aleo Provable, like they can't do all of it for everyone. Some of this has to be adopted in
One day, yes, right?
Right? I mean,
we would love the ecosystem to be decentralized. I would like that to be
exactly
clear too.
Well, that's exactly the point, right? The point is that we don't just come up with great technology that large enterprises or large companies can use, but we come up with technologies that even individual developers can use, and that they're cost effective in sort of the open source ecosystem, right? So for us, I think there's those two big themes, right? The first theme is, how do we think about solving a lot of the big challenges? And when it comes to the large companies, I think we are generally the most forward-thinking and open to reevaluating our position in the space and how we can leverage this technology to not just bring new markets or new services out to the world, but also how we can change Google at large internally. But then the other side is the developer ecosystem.
But I think I want to take this. You did tease into a big news, which I want to share in a minute, but I want to bring this to you, Howard. So that is all the payment system, but I'm sure Aleo is just not for that, right? That is one big piece of it, but I think identity, the supply chain proofs, and like a lot of things which came back here.
Absolutely. Aleo offers general programmable privacy, and so beyond just payments, there's several areas that we think are very interesting real-world use cases. For one, I touched a little bit on identity. There's an initiative that's being run by our foundation called ZPass. The goal there is to provide for this type of attestation where I can actually provide assurances that I'm over 18, that I'm not in a sanctioned list, that I'm a U.S. citizen, all these types of information available and widely kind of verified by other third parties. Another area is gaming. When it comes to gaming right now, if you're trying to build on Ethereum or Solana, one of the challenges is that there is no ability to have hidden game state. So if you want to build a game like chess, absolutely, you can do it on Ethereum. But the problem is, if you want to build a game like Battleship, it gets really, really difficult. And maybe there's some cryptographers in the room, and they'll say, well, maybe you could do like a commit and reveal scheme. Yes, you could. The problem there is it completely breaks the UI UX of the gameplay because it makes it incredibly slow, incredibly cumbersome. And what makes private smart contracts so interesting is that you now have information asymmetry. I can create a game like Battleship hide the opponent's board and play this game directly on chain without having to go through any cumbersome mathematics or cryptography or kind of convoluted schemes there. The last area I'll touch on, which I think is very interesting with private smart contracts and ZK, is that you now are giving developers far more expressivity, which is a huge advantage. So it opens the door to things like ZK and ML and also AI, because of the fact that you now have this ability to run computations off-chain. In a blockchain like Ethereum, everyone is time sharing this 10-second block time. It's a lot like a mainframe is how I equate it to. Whereas when you're looking at ZK computations, you can now run computations off-chain that take a minute, that take an hour. It could even take a day, and then you submit it on-chain. There's no re-execution. The proof gets checked in under 10 milliseconds, and it's stored in as a state transition on-chain. And so that is a huge capability that opens the door to what developers can write in a smart contract, and we think that's a huge and powerful primitive for developers.
Wow, so that's like anything and everything. You can create a whole world starting from a person's identity, payments, shopping, like all the way down to everything.
That's the dream.
Yeah, you're probably going to know like the whole history of 10 generations of people are going to be on Alio. Looks like that. Okay, so now before we go, I mean, there is a huge press release from Google and Alio, like Google going into privacy and compliant with Alio, and it is for Notes Validator, Google Cloud, a bunch of stuff. Very exciting.
Yeah, so I think it's one of those things that cuts across both themes. So, at the technology layer and at the developer layer, there are some things that we're doing using the machine sizes and shapes that we have at Google Cloud that are going to lead to performance improvements on the proving side. And if Howard wants to talk a little bit more about that, he can. And then the other part about it is that we're really focusing on is how do we start taking some of the things that we're learning by working actively on the chain and incorporating it into our own experimentation around stablecoin adoption within the company at large. And I think that's actually really the two parts of one whole, which is, yes, you need to be able to think about how do you increase adoption. Yes, you need to make it easier for people to build. Of course, there's an opportunity for us to actually start thinking about how do we make it easier, not just for the provable folks, but for anybody building in the ZK space to get access to that technology, essentially, democratize it. But then, in service of what? Yeah. And so that's, I think, the really powerful point here is that this is all really in service of our own exploration as a company in terms of whether or not we can take advantage of these technologies for privacy preservation around payments and things like that.
As a Google, when you're sitting and you have so many choices and so many people coming and building and telling you Zcash and ZK proof and like different type of ZK proofs, actually, why Alio for you?
Yeah, so I think there's a couple things. One of the things that was really stood out to us about Aleo and Provable was the previous conversations around privacy and payments was really kind of a take it or leave it option. So if you use Zcash or Monero, it was really just like, it's always private. There are no smart contracts. I mean, it was I think at the time, very innovative, and it solved a problem, but it just solved like the first order question of privacy on chain. It really didn't go as far to think about like, okay, well, what does this look like if it's adopted broadly by large corporates? And by the way, that doesn't necessarily need to be the thought process of everyone who's building in this space, right? Not everything is designed for global adoption or for big corporates like Google to be able to use it. That's okay. But at the same time, what we loved about what Howard and the team were building there was they had thought about private smart contracts, which he had mentioned. That was something that we thought was innovative. And then the other part of it was on the developer side, they had just this. They had articulated a plan here where they were thinking about what I would consider to be like proportional or optional privacy. In other words, ways in which you can preserve payments and have them private, but also enabling things like compliance, where if you do need to see a payment as a third party who's doing this, and by the way, any corporate is going to need to be able to view who's paying them, that is an option that didn't previously exist in the ZK space before, and so it opens up.
That's very fascinating, actually. As an investor in the space, that's a very interesting point. That as Google with that level, with that scalability, you didn't think that option existed before Alio.
I mean, no, and honestly, I think there were options that existed, but they didn't play nicely in terms of that optionality standpoint. So like I said, it was sort of take it or leave it. So you come and you accept these kind of privacy preserving methodologies, and there is no compromise. And like I said earlier, that's okay for certain use cases, but for for a company, it's very difficult for us to
Especially
to
for
do
payments,
that.
right?
Yeah, it's impossible.
And global
for payments.
clients with so many different countries, GDPR and everything.
Different rule sets, different requirements, and that's the other thing. Like people, obviously Google interacts with users in all sorts of different jurisdictions, and so we have to
This
tailor that
sounds
approach.
too complicated. Elio, why Google then?
A big part of the opportunity here is to accelerate ZK development and ZK adoption. And I think to what Rich is saying, we believe strongly in configurable compliance. We want developers to be able to comply with local laws and regulations where they are. And that's a natural conversation that comes up when you talk about private payments or private applications. And so, unless you have a smart contract system wedded to a privacy system, you're not going to be able to develop compliant solutions that are going to work for your specific retail market. And I think that is where Google recognizes that. We've been working on trying to develop confidential payment systems with them so that that's an opportunity we can showcase to the world and make that widely available to kind of see this is kind of the standard of what can be done and really give developers an opportunity to plug in and play.
Wow, this is massive, guys. Like being in this space since 2015, companies like Google, Facebook, bunch of those multi-international, we have been talking to them, and it has never really came all the way fruition to where we are. Very quickly, with this announcement of partnerships, what does Elio now looking forward with Google, what you are already doing, and what you want to get Google to do, which they are not thinking right now?
Well, so there's several things. For one,
Good question. Now's your chance.
Yeah, I'm going to put you on the spot here, man. No, for one, Google Cloud will be running a validator on the Alio network. We're very excited to announce that. Secondly, Google Cloud has integrated and indexed all of Alio's blockchain data. So that is now available on the Google Cloud Web3 portal. You can now use it in BigQuery. We think this is going to be huge, not just for analytics, but also for new applications that developers want, and also features that they need, for example, like record scanning. And also lastly, we're exploring this, the confidential payment systems area. That's something that we think is very exciting. It's a very new area because people have not been able to articulate a good solution that is compliant and confidential. And so that's an area that we really want to push on together.
Can I add one more?
Of course.
Identity. For all my Gmails and all the emails I really want to delete, but I don't know where they are.
There's, I mean, it's interesting because there are people that are using Google Single Sign-On and ZK capabilities to allow people to access wallets now. And so that's, obviously the protocols are leading that. That's not us. But I do think that there are untapped or unexplored areas where you can take some of the Google properties, combining it with this technology to create a better user experience, and by the way, leverage some of the privacy-preserving tech there. So
that's what I'm excited about. My identity, my GPay, my Gmails, and all the boyfriends I want to delete from
that's
there.
the final boss.
With that, thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for being here.
Just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers, forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing, buff-eyed corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last, and our bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, 'cause regen biddlers stack in stacks. For we bid let this city on sports and chains. We bid let this city with regen brains. We bid let this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, we're gonna bid a little it there. Some TradFi bro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your bank and stake on chain. Yo, we pity let the city on sports and chains. We pity let the city with regen brains. We pity let the city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. If you faded, just stay seated. The ETHDenverse will leave you heated. We don't need your legacy, cause regen means our brew upgrade. We led the city on sports and chains. We led the city.
Hello. Excited to be here at the Ethernight stage. Handing it over to Christian from Plume. Super excited about this panel, the problems with real world assets. Excited to hear all about it.
Awesome. Yo. Here we go. Sorry, I'm a little bit late and a little sloppy. I had to borrow the machine because I didn't bring my computer, so that's the reason for all this. But problem and why RWAs are going to zero. Cool. Well, look, we can go and get started. This is us from last year around this time, before Plume got started. Today we're the largest and leading ecosystem for RWAs. Last year, there was 3 of us in a shitty motel, sleeping on a bed covered in blood. And so things have changed, but it's been good. And so I think a lot of you guys probably woke up, saw this. And this is me as I looked at the charts, and I kind of got a sense of where things were going. And it's really because of this, right? BTC's down bad, right? And it's course clapped the conference season. Crypto's gone to shit, but still feels bad, right? We're back down to a bad place, right? It's price bad, everything's bad, sentiment's all bad, right? Now maybe jumping to sentiment really quickly, we get a sense of what's going on here, right? Here's a very simple chart, right? It shows sentiment over time and price, right? And we can see here that despite the fact that we are at nearly all-time high still, right, for price, sentiment is about the same place we were in August, when BTC was down to about 50, right? So despite the fact that things are actually empirically much better, we all feel like shit, right? And so why is that? What's going on here? And what does this mean for us, right? It's because of this, right? Earlier this year, right, we had our first presidential rug, right? Followed by the first lady rug, right? Followed by our second presidential rug, right? And so we had a slew of shit shows come in, right? And fuck things up for everybody on chain. And this is what's led to this negative sentiment. It feels like, wow, this is peak crime season. We thought that Trump coming into office would be a positive thing for everyone. Instead, we're out here getting rugged by politicians, right? And so things feel bad. We're all kind of in a bad place, right? Now, the thing that has changed a little bit, right, and the thing that's positive about this for us in RWAs is that there's this idea that we're going to pivot and move back into fundamentals, into utility, into things that are revenue generating, into real things, right? And that's the idea and that's the hope, right? And why is that, right? It seems like it's already begun, right? Now, obviously, this is a joke, right? But in practice, right, we can take a look at this. Again, another chart, right, that shows 1 month performance of RWA tokens of the last month, right? And you can see here across a bunch of stuff, whether it's DeFi or DeSci or AI or memes or whatever the hell, or just BTC and ETH, right? There's only one thing that's up while everything else is down. It's called RWAs, right? And the reason, right, is because we're all hyped about the future. We're all hyped about all kinds of stuff, right? We're hyped about real yields and real assets and all that, right? No, unfortunately, that's also not true, right? The reason is, right, and so I guess the question is like, oh, is this going to save us? And the answer is no. And so just maybe really quickly, as a quick primer on us, right, Plume with a lead network out there and lead RWA chain. So obviously, we have an opinion here. And who are we? There's 3 of us here that started the company together. It's 3 Asians. We started this about a little bit over 18 months ago now. We come from places like Coinbase, DYDX, Robinhood, right, and raised money from a bunch of great folks, including folks like Han Ventures, Galaxy, Superscript, Hashkey, and a bunch of great crypto founders, right? So the founders of Say, Injective, Wormhole, Eigen, a bunch of those folks as well, right? We raised a $10 million seed last year. We recently closed our Series A about a couple months ago as well, adding in folks like Brevet Global, Brevin Howard, Paul Global, Laser Digital, a bunch of these folks as well, right? And so, we've been able to kind of grow and build the ecosystem, build the network out here, and get to where we are. Now, before we get into why this is all going to shit, right, maybe let's talk about what this is, right? RWAs. definition that says RWAs, right, are a receipt token, basically. You take something that's in the real world and you mint a physical you mint a token, right, as a receipt against, so you can take it around and do things in crypto, right? That's what this is. So it can represent things like currencies, stocks, commodities, bonds, whatever it might be, right? So that's what RWAs are supposed to be. And the reason why people are excited about this is because, again, is another chart. You guys can tell I like charts, right? So it's a chart that just shows this thing going up, right? So you look at RWA value over time has been going up a lot, right? Today, right, this is a little bit out of date, we're at 17 billion, and we can see that the big inflection point was when something happened last year. It was a unique moment in time, January, the BTC ETF come out. BTC ETF came out, then the ETH ETF came out, and things started to rip, right? And so people started buying into this stuff, and it was really more of a spike and a fuel from the US Treasury. Right? Now, if we take a look at that again, right, this started happening last year. It's not a moment in time, right? It's not talked about as much because these coins are a little bit less boring than things like Fartcoin, right? And they're not as interestingly named. But RWA tokens, again, across all their sectors, up as of last year, right? So RWA tokens are up and people seem to like them. And the reason, right, again, is not because of real yields and this idea of treasures and doing things on chain. It's because of this, right? Some of you guys might know him, right? He runs a company called BlackRock. You know, he's got $12 trillion, right? And the idea is very simple. We think, in ET, that by RWAs, it means this guy's going to dump the crypto, and we're all going to get rich, right? So that's what people actually think. That's why RWAs are popular, right? And if you look at it, it does make sense, because the RWA opportunity is quite large. If you look at these different things, you can take a look at every subsector of derivative, 1,000 trillion, real estate, 100 trillion, so on and so forth, right? Compared to our little world of RWAs, or crypto, $2 trillion asset class, right? So again, the math is very simple. Let's take a bunch of shit in the real world that's worth a lot, dump it into crypto, all of the tokens are gonna go up, we're all gonna live happily ever after, right? Again, unfortunately not true, right? The truth is, right, what's happening, right, is this guy is coming in here to dump his bags on us, right? What's actually happening is he's coming here to bring his money market funds, bring his products, bring them into crypto so we buy them, right? What's not happening is him coming in to buy Fartcoin and buy our shitters, right? What actually is happening is we're not growing the space, right, from a dollars in perspective, right? He is bringing more things to extract versus adding to the pie. So that's the primary issue and distinction in what's going on with RWAs today. Now, if you zoom out, again, the other side of it is very simple. We take a look at the headlines. It does seem like it's happening, right? We look, these black credit card now, so you can walk around and spend your crypto, right? It sure seems like a bunch of shit is happening, right? And so you could look at this and say, wow, that's cool, great. And going off this, I recently asked a friend, what's exciting that's happening in crypto, right? What's got you hyped, right? What's happening around real world assets that you talk about, that you tell your friends about and all that? And this is what they told me. I don't know if you guys saw this a couple months ago, right? Avalanche had put out this press release that says California DMV is now tokenizing car titles on chain. So you got 42 million titles putting on the AVAX blockchain, right? And, you know, in theory it sounds, because you get to say things like, you know, you've got 42 million new users now, or you have a real use case, or the DMV, it's some integration with some big government entities, so it's a lot of shit to come. Right. Wrong. Right? Because if you just dial it back a little bit, 1 year ago, the exact same consulting firm with the DMV did the exact same thing on a different blockchain, right? Made zero progress, spent 2 years doing research at no progress, picking random chains, doing a bunch of random nonsense, right? And it's this idea that, like, because the DMV is somehow involved, right? In hindsight, it sounds stupid. At the time, it's like, oh, the DMV is going to do us, right? You know, like, the DMV is clearly just grifting us, right? And so it's this idea that institutions are going to save us. It's just not true. Right? And if we dial it back a little bit more, let's take it 2 years ago, right? There's a moment in time where Salesforce announced an NFT cloud, right? You could do this whole thing about enterprise blockchains and like sort of like, you know, NFTs as loyalty points and all this kind of nonsense, right? And we can see this again. If we look back, it's actually the exact moment everything started to go to shit, right? And so if you look at this, again, the institutions coming in today actually ruin things that don't usually save things, right? It doesn't mean it's wrong or good or bad. And if we take a look at this, right, I'm running out of time here, and I'm talking through this, so I don't think I can speak the rest, but if we look at this, right, this is a phone, right? It's one of the best pieces of technology out there. And if we look at the reason why it's successful over other things, right? Now, Some folks in the room might know what this is. Some folks might not. This is BlackBerry, right? It's an old phone, right? People in the early 2000s and the 90s used to use this. And basically, there was a moment in time where this was actually the primary computing device for most people, right? What we were trying to do at the time was the iPhone came out, right? And people thought it was a joke, right? Now today, it's a foregone conclusion that it's a winner. And the reason is, here's a quote from Steve Ballmer, right? The former CEO of Microsoft, saying, you know, there's no email, there's no keyboard, so it's not a very good email machine, right? And it's a good representation of how technology works, right? You need to start and think about things from the bottoms up, from the end user's perspective, not from the business perspective. And the way we are thinking about RWAs today is primarily thinking about this from the business perspective. Let's start with the institutions, let's have them bring their funds on chain, versus thinking about this in a crypto native way. Let's start with the people, let's start with the use case, start with things that are actually happening, and build up from there, right? And so if we zoom forward, right, into all these things, you can get a very quick sense of how this works. Right? There are two modes for these things. The existing RWA world, right, which is BlackRock, OESG, very trad products. If I ask people who are using these products, I guarantee you most of you are not using these things today, versus the other way of interacting with RWAs, through Maker, through Pendle, and things like that, right? There's very clearly one is a better product market fit than the other, right? So when you build for the people, you build for the crypto native audience, it works much better than when you build for the trad world, right? And that's where we need to start, it's how we build to this market, right? So that's why the existing world of RWAs that we talk about today is not going to work. We need to focus on things like Maker, things like DAI, things like Pendle, that speak and fit to the existing world today, and then we go from there. I'm a little bit out of time here. Long story short, if you guys are interested in RWAs, come check out Plume, come find me after, and you know, we're excited to talk more about this with the rest of you guys. But thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Steel wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's if your chain's choking Ethernet whiz. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs. Armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture. She winks at the moon while Lagrange drools over slow motion doom. Grind. Her shield's a disco wall fracturing legs grass. Crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Stay-do-do-do, boo-boo-doo-doo-doo. Architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do with for do with for do with with do you ordered a moonwalk across gas feet graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess. Scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, goes a mace on firewall. Eyes open truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullify a sniffing bomb my clothes too crisp. Mainnet gossips tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Excited to be here at the Ether Night stage. Excited for our next talk with Max from SporkDAO. From cypherpunk to billions on chains. Take it away, Max.
All right, so before I get started, how's everybody's ETHDenver going? Going relatively good? I was kind of hoping that maybe some of y'all would help me out at some points. Just once I get to the part of the presentation where I need your help, you'll be able to tell. I do some volunteer work for ETHDenver. I do a lot of the speaker reviews, privacy curation, that kind of stuff. So, you know, as is so often the case, I procrastinated to the last minute on making this presentation, and now I have something that's, you know, bare bones at best. But if you guys want to engage with me, like, please do, shout out, we can have a discussion, and yeah, hopefully we'll have a good time. So I titled this talk From Cypherpunk Manifesto to Billions on Chain, right? I kind of think of this as being almost a contradiction. I've been in crypto for about 4 years now, which is not that long in the grand scale of things, but I've been involved with a lot of Bitcoiners for much longer. And I have to say, like, it took me a long time before I understood, I guess, what the point of all of this was. And I still struggle with that question sometimes. I want to kind of address, well, this is anyway the inspiration for this talk. We'll see where I end up going with this. But I think that where we're going as an industry is maybe not where we thought we were going to end up in the beginning. And yeah, we'll just kind of go through this and see what you guys think. So quick background, for those of you who don't know, I imagine many of you do. So cypherpunkism dates back to the late 1980s, right? And basically it was this idea, as the internet was sort of becoming not just, you know, a military communications technology, but something that it became clear that everybody was going to use, that there wasn't going to be any innate privacy. And privacy is kind of a necessary thing for having autonomy, for having some agency and some human rights on, like, online. So there was a group of people who were, you know, in Silicon Valley in the late 1980s, and they knew that they were going to have to fight back against a lot of this surveillance, a lot of this centralized control, if we really wanted the internet to be a public space, right? Bitcoin, I think, has really made this term like something that came much more back into the public sphere because, you know, Satoshi being from where he was, coming from this cypherpunk forum back in the early 2000s, Bitcoin really was cypherpunk in origin and really came from these ideals of wanting to give people more autonomy on chain, not having to do your financial transactions through a bank or Visa, any of that stuff, actually trying to truly make something peer-to-peer, something that people could have individual agency with. And, you know, I think we've all had our own journey at this point. We've all kind of evolved through different eras of thought, and I'm certainly, you know, done a lot of that myself. So this is the second thing that I wanted to bring up. These are kind of like the two core ideas I wanted to bring up in this presentation, right? The second thing is this idea that what we are doing right now is not something that we've ever done before. Well, if you look back at financial history, particularly modern financial history, and by modern I really just mean 20th century, this whole speculation thing, this manipulation of various stocks, whatever has you, like, the regulations that we have right now came to be largely because of what we observed people doing without them. And, you know, I was involved in some of this Solana trading, I imagine many of us were, and this really kind of gives you some doubt, maybe, about whether we truly are responsible enough, I guess, to handle our own currency, or at least whether we are in the public sphere. So that's basically it. Those are the two things that I want to like lead you with before I get into a few hot takes. And I'd kind of like anybody who wants to like engage with me to just like shout something out and we can like maybe make a discussion out of any of these things. Yeah, sorry. This is what tends to happen around ETHDenver. I really come at this with the best intentions, but unfortunately, here we are. So hot take number one, banks are okay, actually. I know that this is going to be like really controversial, but I think in the first world in particular, your average person doesn't actually get much benefit from custodying their own funds and probably doesn't really want to. And I think this is really something that we struggle with a lot when we're talking about application developers. Like, how do we bring people value, right? And are we bringing people any value? When you watch people lose everything that they've invested on chain, just for like naivete, like the level of technical competence, the baseline level that you need to even operate in this space, to me, I have pretty much, and I mean, maybe somebody has a different opinion on this, I think that people will never get there. And maybe there's things that, like AI agents or something like that, that are going to make this all more usable. Maybe we're going to build better apps that people will be able to use with less technical expertise, less friction. But I just don't see this current paradigm in the first world changing. Now, obviously, I don't think that's the case in parts of the world where you have political oppression. Crypto is a great technology for fighting back against government control, against people who really don't want people to have agency in their financial transactions. And of course, in South America too, you can't even really build financial value if you can't count on the currency that you're working with to maintain the value of the work that you put into it. But largely, outside of these political things, and I do think crypto is very important for fighting back against those things, I think banks are here to stay. I think banks are getting involved in crypto, a little bit more on that later. And I just don't, personally, I don't see that changing. I think that crypto is largely going to be a technology for financial institutions in the coming years. If anybody wants to disagree with that, I'm happy to hear some educated opinions on it. But I'm not seeing anybody getting too eager to do so. So we're going to move on to hot take number two. And this I kind of alluded to before. So decentralization is really important. I really think that people and their communities have a right to live their lives the way that they want to, right? And I think that financial autonomy is a huge part of that. So of course, being controlled by a central bank, having so much of your life really dictated by the overall market and not just you, your life, your community, I do think that's a problem. And I think really why this ends up being important, why decentralization ends up being important, is because it gives people the tools to have an alternative. In a situation where your government and your banks are failing you, that's really when I start to think of crypto as being more powerful. But as a baseline thing, as long as the rest of social fabric, I suppose, is like holding together, I think people are, not getting value out of this is a lot less obvious. Anybody? Okay, yeah, I can see you. I can see you out there. You're percolating. Shout out whenever you want. We can talk about this. Yeah. Okay, I made a meme. This is sort of how I feel these days. Like when I'm talking about cypherpunkism, this is where we started. We're like trying to be libertarian. We're trying to have autonomy. We're trying to take power away from governments. And now, like, this is basically what you see on Twitter, right? Is like everybody talking about how great it is that they can do Ponzi schemes and nobody can tell them not to. Or Solana, I mean, like, I believe it was Anatoly who came out and like said on stage, nobody cares about decentralization. It doesn't matter. And I think, and then of course this last bit about, US Bitcoin Reserve, which I have I am very cynical about. I think supporting that in general is a pretty cynical way of thinking where mostly you're concerned with the government pumping your bags. Cool. I mean, I also like having money. I like being able to fly around the world, see cool places, eat good food, all that good stuff. But bluntly, it does seem to me like diametrically opposed to what was supposed to be the point of all of this.
Try buying a house.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's what created all of this, the housing market crash, okay, created by banks.
Uh-huh.
Try buying a house today. Most people cannot afford to buy a house.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I'm trying to buy a house. I am experiencing this exact phenomenon. This is true, and there's definitely social components to this, and this is part of what I mean when I say that like decentralization ends up being a really important tool to keep yourself from being in an oppressed situation. In that situation, I completely agree.
But those people who are being oppressed are not in these rooms.
Yeah.
That's the disconnect. That's the disconnect.
And the next question I have is, are you a resident of the United States?
Yes,
Okay,
obviously.
So
So I have a United States perspective to this, and that's the caveat that I'm giving this as well.
So the cool little like drift down memory lane we had there from like the '90s cyberpunk list that strangely I was on, like to where we are now. I know I'm just old. Kind of implies that we've definitely lost our way because the problems that we faced in trying to bring, groundbreaking availability of the technology to people is running in parallel with a speed running the entire economic process since the Templars into oblivion faster than anything has ever been speed run.
Yeah.
And I think in order for us to overcome the need to use banks, which I believe everybody uses not because they're good, but because they have no choice. It's a frog in a pot situation that like you are constantly looking for whoever's going to extract less value from you when yeah. But and so like I was listening to your opinions and what you were saying and saying it seems like you're fighting the apathy that is being generated by the system that you helped create.
Well, I mean, yes, right? And I mean, nihilism, like financial nihilism, is having such a moment over this last year, right? Sorry, I'm sort of losing my train of thought on that one, but.
Diversity in the room. The lack of diversity continues to be when we have echo chambers, right? We don't create resilient, actual multi-interdisciplinary systems, which are the most resilient and productive.
No, I do agree with that. Like fundamentally, I think like the family unit is like the most important human organization, right?
Do you have kids?
No.
You need more than just a family unit. You need a much bigger
No, of course, but that's what I mean. I mean, family as in the extended community around you. I think that's truly what people care about and what people see. I've actually done a really good time of rambling through my time, so thanks for bearing with me, I suppose. Move on to the next thing. Okay, alluding to this. A lot of people have told me over the last 2 years that the problem is just that the UX is so bad. I disagree. The UX is bad, and many apps are bad, but even as we start to get better and better UX, what's the point, right? Like, what are people getting by getting involved in all of this? Should I wrap it up, by the way? Okay, sorry. So we will leave it at this particular, one of my points, but I really think that we shouldn't be thinking so much about just making, because UX is really a Web 2 phenomenon, right? Making apps that are like super easy to get into, that are really addictive, that have all these dark patterns, that's not what we should be caring about in crypto. That makes no sense. That defies the whole point of what we're doing here. So if we're recreating the same systems in crypto, all we're doing is shoehorning something that doesn't really work in the first place back into a system that was designed to be something else. I guess I'll leave it at that. Yeah. Last thing I want to say, hope you had fun. I work for a small privacy protocol on Ethereum called Oxbow. We're putting out something called privacy pools. It's similar to other anonymity pools, but we're effectively giving people the tools to not associate with criminals in North Korea, which I think is incredibly important for your average on-chain user. So check us out, and I will be done. Thank you.
Floating fees are burning. CK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is
Ethernight stage, let's go. Happy everybody could find the location. A little tricky, I think, personally for myself it was. It's quite the contrast, too, from the other chill room. We got the bright room and the dark room. So, yeah, we're the purple room, I guess. But excited about the next panel, a bunch of my friends and great builders on stage. Barriers to entry, onboarding Web3 users. Love to hear your guys' strategies and how you're going to attack this. Handing it over to Bianca from Chronicle. Take it away.
Thank you so much. ETHDenver, hope you're enjoying the first day of the main event so far. We'll be discussing about how to overcome Web3 onboarding. We have around 25,000 monthly active builders in this space if you're looking at the data from the latest report from Electric Capital. And that's a mere 1K additional builders if we're looking at the numbers from the previous year. So with that in mind, we'll be exploring how we can attract more developers, but most importantly, how we can retain those developers. Before we dive deeper into that, I would like to introduce myself and our panelists today. They need no introduction, but just for the sake of it. I'll start with myself. My name is Bianca Buza. I'm lead at DevRel at Chronicle, the team behind the first Oracle on Ethereum. And I have with myself another David, Director of DevRel at Eigen Labs, Francesco Androli, Director of DevRel at Consensus, and Austin Griffith, founder of Biddle Guild.
Thank you so much, Bianca.
All right. So going back to what we were discussing previously about developers, the hardness of attracting developers and retaining this, what would you say are the biggest challenges developers face when transitioning to Web3? And are there any teams that you've seen to successfully address these challenges?
So I think it's complicated, right? Like the technology stack itself is complicated. You've got to learn new things. But in a different way, it's all open source and very approachable and composable and permissionless. So there's kind of like two sides to it, but it takes a while to get in and really understand things, I think. And I think that's probably the hardest part. But it's not that hard. Like the tools are there, the education is there. In terms of developers coming in, we've really paved the way, and there's a golden pathway for developers to come into Ethereum, I think.
I mean, Austin is very humble because, Scaffold ETH, I don't know how many developers trained during the past, I don't know, like 10 years. And you're shipping a lot of like integration, kind of newcomers. It's really cool to be a Web2 developer actually going through this journey.
Yeah, I came in through Austin's stuff early on, so that's why I asked him to go first, because I know he has just a lot more like length of experience. So I'm kind of assuming he's seen things change and a lot more than obviously someone like me. But I found it interesting that right now there's like a lot of opportunities for jobs in the blockchain world. Like all these new companies that have received funding are just hiring voraciously. But if you look in the traditional software world, there's a lot of layoffs happening. I think AI is like maybe the only area where we're kind of seeing a lot of like growth. But a lot of my friends are having challenges being laid off and losing their jobs and stuff like that in the traditional software world. So it's very like, it's surprising to know that so few new developers are coming into this space with so much opportunity. I just don't know I don't really know the answer to why we're still having such problems. But we were just in Stanford like last week at TreeHacks Hackathon. 11,000 people sign up for this from the top universities in North America, often like Ivy League schools, and they only allow 1,000 participants. So it's kind of like the cream of the crop. And none of the people there were interested in building on crypto, which was very like surprising to me. When I say none, I mean like 5% or fewer, right? So even with all of the stuff that we're like in the rabbit hole of and excited about, it's still like somewhat like an echo chamber almost. So during this conversation, I'm hoping to kind of like share some of my thoughts and hear some of their thoughts on how we can kind of change that.
I mean, I think the only true wave of kind of like Web2 developers coming to space right now is coming through like AI agents. I see literally PhD AI engineers coming like from LLM kind of backgrounds because like the nature of Web3 Rails, right? I don't know, like what are kind of the other challenges that you see right now for onboarding? But I mean, there are companies also trying to push kind of the boundaries, right? I really like Stylus. So we know that C++ developers are a lot.
people don't want to kind of use something else that is not Python related. So I don't know, like there is a lot of challenges around this.
So going back to, we fix the tooling, we fix the education. Like if you are a technical person, you can land and learn this stuff very well. But backing up, like why aren't there more people landing, I think? And Nader and I talk about this all the time, but it probably has a lot to do with price, and it has to do with like people getting rich and talking about it to their friends, and there's just a lot less of that happening right now. And also, the people that are getting rich are grifters, and we just have just like waves of grifters coming in, and that's what people see from the outside. That's what people see when you're talking about something. You overhear someone saying, I max extracted some meme coin on Solana. That's kind of the discussion right now. That's the narrative. It's not let's build on chain and get rid of the intermediaries and create this credibly neutral, everyone can get to it, always on technology. It's more like, how do I get rich? And that's sad. That is the thing that draws a lot of people in, and just there hasn't been a lot of that these days. There's not a lot of ETH ripping up and people going, what is that? I want to learn about it. And so I think that's probably kind of driving this stagnation of developers.
No, I want to say the biggest smart brain, let's say capital injection, I don't know how I want to call it, I think it's through AI agents right now. Because if not, we will not have anything in this cycle that is rather kind of like meme coin related. So I don't know how you want to call it. Is this something that you see also around?
I think AI agents are dope. And it's really cool that like AI agents, yes, like kind of are taking off sort of by the AI world, but the guys who are pioneering it have kind of one foot in AI and one foot in crypto. And we're seeing guys like Shaw that you interviewed the other day, like really push these really cool frameworks, and AI becoming the new UI, and using AI to talk to crypto, and using AI to build crypto things. So the AI space, the AI agent space is very exciting, and I do think it will drive some folks in. An interesting kind of side note, sorry about my tangents, I jump on them all the time. AI guys really love Python, and we haven't really pushed Viper that much in the space. Solidity just makes more sense to a lot of the developers, but I do think that Viper will kind of Trojan horse a lot of developers in. As they learn about AI agents, they come in, they start running these agents, they try to put some stuff on chain, they try to put a token, they try to incentivize things, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, this crypto stuff starts to make sense. So hopefully, yes, hopefully AI agents do help push the crypto narrative too.
Where is Patrick Collins with his Viper?
We need him here. Yes.
But Nader, you have been running a lot of like tutorials on actually like those AI frameworks from like Cursor Pro and stuff. Do you feel this is getting more and more utilized, even in Web3?
Yeah, there's a lot of people that have used. I feel just almost like Eliza itself has just brought in a lot of non-crypto developers into AI, because it was kind of the simplest way to do a social agent, because it kind of hacked the Twitter API and didn't require the API key. So it was just kind of like a really low barrier to entry to simply build something just experimental and fun. And at least it kind of opened the door to a few new developers, quite a few actually, that I've talked to. A lot of the youngest generation, Gen Z people I've talked to, a lot of them are kind of like dipping their toes into crypto through Eliza. So that's pretty cool to see. Yeah.
I think we covered a few initiatives that are bringing developers and are effective. Maybe now we also look at those that you've seen in the ecosystem and you would say are not so effective, and maybe we should do less of those. Any thoughts about those?
Are you asking, like, what's the specific question, I guess?
Different initiatives you might have seen in the ecosystem that
aren't working?
Exactly.
Got
Things
it.
are trying, but they're not really bringing the results.
Yeah, I mean, they're not kind of ecosystem specific, right? But when I see right now accessibility around, for example, Starknet or Rust-based ecosystem, they're very difficult to onboard if you're not a Rust-based kind of 10 years Web2 dev. I don't know what's your opinion, but I feel like ecosystem right now are building also extra tooling. If you're not building right now this tooling, you're actually leaving out the accessibility part of those developers.
When I was when I was at TreeHacks last week at Stanford and kind of seeing this new crowd of builders coming up and what they were excited about, And then if you kind of look at what a lot of the discussions are on Twitter, which is often the voice of a lot of the protocols that are happening, there's often like really deep technical discussions around like how rollups work and ZK and like, different ways of doing encryption. And but there's no discussion around product building. But all that people were talking about at Stanford were products, like ideas and how to build those. So I think we just need to focus on the tech stack and what you can actually build with that, and not the underlying like arguments about like what's slightly a better L2 than the other or all this other stuff. And the stuff that was being built during that hackathon was just incredible. Like a lot of robotics, a lot of AI, a lot of drone stuff, just a lot of like hardware stuff. All types of stuff. So like the way that I'm looking at it this year is building kind of like I'm putting together this idea of like I would almost call it the next generation of the tech stack, where we kind of have AI, we have cloud, we have mobile, we have blockchain, and we kind of like present that to the developer, and now they have all these different tools that they can build anything with, but we're not pushing crypto on them because they just really don't give a shit from what I've seen early on, unless they are like crypto pilled like us. Like we love this stuff, right? But the average person is just interested in building like a useful product, right? So I think that's kind of the approach that we're going to take.
Things that haven't worked. So the question was things that we've tried that aren't working. I would say like the meme coin cycle is an obvious thing there, right? Like meme coins seemed like they were working, and it seemed like this is like the new hot thing, but they all went to zero, right? Or zero-ish. And so I think meme coins was a structure or an attempt at something that failed, and we saw the cycle getting shorter and shorter and shorter. It was a 1 week cycle, and then it was a 1 day cycle, and then it was a 1 hour cycle, and now meme coins will launch and be done in 30 minutes, right? And so I think that was a thing that failed. I think if we could have figured out a way to capture more developers, capture more value in a productive, constructive way, like that could have been way better. But meme coins, I think, have been a failed structure and a failed attempt. I think that also, as we moved Ethereum to be more scalable, we fragmented a whole bunch of things. We've got a lot of L2s now. There's a lot of fragmentation, a lot of fragmented liquidity and experiences across those. So in trying to make Ethereum and the EVM faster and cheaper and more approachable to mainstream audiences, at the same time, we've fractured a lot of it too. And we've got some challenges ahead with that.
I definitely see, and this kind of could be a fail, but the road to MVP is getting accelerated like crazy, right? So one thing that I see is that, as you kind of said, like we get so granular in our discussion that we actually miss the point of building like dApps like faster, or like shortening up the life cycle, right? And how you do that is pre-built CLI, examples, tutorials. And a lot of time we see so many kind of like protocol developer pushing for actually like, protocol updates, but we're missing the fact that a lot of Web2 developers want to build apps quick, they want to have frameworks, but also they want to have this kind of like, more AI fine-tuned stuff like Cursor, Lovable, all these kind of like things. I think they're generating much more hype. And I think we failed to attract more dApps developers. I think higher level developers, they're not on the protocol level.
I kind of have a follow-up question for Austin, because I think what you're doing with Biddleguild is quite interesting. If you look at the numbers, you stream like 772 ETH to 1,297 builders. After you do the math, you realize that it's quite a small amount of money. And when after you compare this with like what the numbers you see like at hackathons or at grants, this is like way, way less money. On the other hand, yet it is more effective. All these builders, you manage to retain them. They're either founders, builders, they either join protocols. The point being, they continue to be in the ecosystem. What do you do different? Tell us the secret.
I think so. Going back to devs will pass by crypto, and it's our job to catch them and make sure they have a bunch of good materials and information and the ability to build. And so it for me was like, okay, I can't control the flow, but I can catch them as they're coming in and make sure we have really good content. I mean, going back to all the DevRel tricks of time to hello world and all the stuff I've learned from you guys, I think that like it was about optimizing that for new devs that come in. Speedrunethereum.com, Scaffold ETH, just like give them tools that let them tinker with Solidity right away, give them a bunch of challenges that take them through the sort of aha moments of like, oh, this doesn't work the way I thought it worked, or doesn't work the way I thought it worked in Web 2, like this is a totally different thing. I always use the example of a cron job. If I want a cron job, it's not about just having a box that checks in on a cron job, it's about incentives. Like you have to write the rules correctly, but also provide incentives. And developers learn that as they come in. So I don't think I did anything special. I think it was about being in the right place at the right time and having a lot of good content and being super open and having my DMs open. And there was just a guy just now who came in and was like, I got started in Ethereum because of you. You bought me an ENS name like 5 years ago, and now I'm working at Hedera doing this other stuff. I'm like, that's awesome. We're still buying, oh, thank you, hearts. We're still buying ENS names. Like if you go to scholarship.buildguild.com, biddlegiddle.com, you just see like a bunch of names. And that's what, like, it's just like you come in, we give you like $30 and say, go get an ENS name. And that's like part of our program. We have a batch program and a whole bunch of other things, but I think the short answer is just like soft catching people and giving them all the content and tools they need to thrive.
And I think also how you do it, right? All this kind of gamification. It started with Crypto Zombies, and then I really like the guys from Node Guardians. There is a lot of like EduDAO, Cypher, again, like, but I think the gamification is also one part of the medal here. And you've been also like running a lot of like videos, tutorials. I think gamification is part of the game. What are kind of the other things that you see that are like working the best to build resiliency in builders? Because a lot of time, even with ELISA, I see people testing out ELISA, and then they're actually like moving to the next things already. Like how you build this kind of resiliency in the community too.
I feel like giving the developer the aha moment and that magical feeling of like success is as quickly as possible. So better developer experience, developer tooling, better abstractions, and just overall just giving them the opportunity to kind of build something that works as quickly as possible. Because like early on when I started, even with everything that was out there, it was hard to piece together how to put together a full application. We didn't have AI and all that stuff. But now we have like much better tooling. So it's almost like, no excuse for someone to come in and not become successful, or at least to provide them like everything they need to become successful. But, just better abstractions, and we're getting there. It just takes time.
Maybe also expectations. Like as someone comes in, you kind of have to like show them the Dunning-Kruger graph and be like, you're here and you're going to go through the pit of despair, and then you'll be successful eventually. But I think if you set expectations with developers early, it helps them realize that this is a long game and this is not a sprint. You're not just going to like instantly get rich. It feels like you might instantly get rich because you're sitting here programming money, but really you won't usually just get rich. And if you're here to get rich in the first 10 minutes, like that's probably not going to work out well. So setting expectations, putting the timeline, telling them they have to put in the time, telling them maybe there is some riches at the end of this rainbow, but it takes a long time to get there, I think. So I think expectations are good too.
I agree with that. I have two more initiatives I would like to go over. One is for Nader, one for Francesco. Let's start with Nader. I think what you're doing with the universities across North America is very interesting. The recent partnerships, can you get us more insights on how difficult it was to set that up? What results are you seeing so far, and do you think that can be replicated maybe by smaller teams?
Yeah, so last year we had a 200,000, we spent $200K for our whole year for all DevRel activities. And in my experience, that was very low, because I remember at some companies we would spend 6 times, 7 times that in just one event, right? So even though we spent $200K, we still managed to have the fastest growing blockchain ecosystem relative to the whole world, I guess. But based on that, we really all went to Seattle at the end of last year and brainstormed how can we really grow our user base, and also be we have this idea of infinite sum games or positive sum initiatives where we kind of hopefully benefit everyone. So we came out with 3-pronged approach for 2025. One of them was this university program that she spoke about. So what we're doing is we have a year-long initiative to connect with the top students all around the world that are in college, I guess you could say. This month we're starting with North American universities. So we've connected with all of the blockchain clubs, with all of the universities in North America. We've run I would say, almost like a contest within each blockchain club in North America to find the top 2 students within that blockchain club. And we've flown them here to Denver, and we're running something called the Eigen Games. We have students from like, Tennessee, from Stanford, from Yale, from Harvard, from like pretty much all the big colleges around the world. I'm sorry, around North America here. And they're all like competing for prize pools here at ETHDenver, but also our own prize pools. We're taking them out to eat, to meet all the top people in the industry. And we've now like started seeing like all of these blockchain clubs, Twitter accounts, like tweeting about all the stuff that they're excited about and that they're learning, and they even talk about our company some. So the whole idea though is to kind of like reach new people that are not typically like already coming to crypto conferences or not in the crypto space. So like the university thing, these are blockchain people, but they've never really been like involved in any of these events or stuff. The other 2 are like outside of crypto. One of them is going to be is AI, and the other one we haven't really announced yet, but that's coming in the next month or so. But the general idea is to like connect with new folks and give them opportunities and kind of bring them into this world that we love, I guess.
Thank you for the insights on that.
Just an awesome initiative. I just want to say that's freaking awesome. Keep doing it.
And like 100% of the work has actually been done by Mustafa and his team, who's like on my team. He's DevRel, but Mustafa is kind of in charge of that. So I definitely give him all the credit. So he's doing an excellent job. He's not here, I don't think so.
He's looking at the streaming.
The next initiative I want to talk about, actually, it's for you, Francesco, Builder Nights. I think that's also quite amazing what you're doing. Would you say that's effective? I know for sure it's effective for people who are already in the ecosystem. Would you say you're also attracting new developers, and do you think that can be like something to emulate in to other protocols as a way to kind of onboard new talent?
Yeah, I mean, you did the homework. Amazing. No, how many of you guys have been in a Builder Night before? Yeah, a couple of people? Also, cool. So basically, like, almost like 2.5 years ago, we said, okay, not just DevRel, but anybody building on their tech stack, we're kind of like shilling to developers. And we said, okay, let's try to actually do something different, build kind of a safe space for developer to actually discuss topics. So you can actually get all the players together and see how they're debating things online. So we started with like 437, we went into wallets, we did layer 2's fragmentation, and we were very specific on topics. Tonight we will do one on 7702, but long story short is that we run 25 of those, and everyone is super excited to actually hear debates around specific kind of like, could be architecture debates, could be topics around actually how to enhance kind of like the developer experience. So very general topics. So the kind of 3 vertical is kind of like no shilling. We're also like encouraging every players to actually come and actually no product specific discussion, but actually verticals. And I think this way you can actually really like rely on a strong top of the funnel. You can actually get a lot of Web 2 developers. We actually saw a lot of like Web 2 devs and Web 2 builders coming because of the topic specific, right? Instead actually pushing the tech stack specific. And I think, every time it's going well, at the end of the day, it's just side events. But this year, we're spinning also these community builder nights on kind of edition, right? So we ran kind of like the first couple of those in Brazil. So Hannah this year, like on community builder night, kind of like MetaMask card edition. So we actually onboard new users. So locally, but also creating kind of like more safe space about how you actually on-ramp, how you actually off-ramp, and also very basic developer skills like, build your first dApp under 1 hour, scaffold ETH, check HedoDAO, a lot of different frameworks out there. So that was, I think, a big win, but obviously like there are different levels of the funnel where you want to engage developers. And I think doing that on a safe space, no shilling way at the beginning is probably the most effective one.
Nice. Thank you for the insights here. We don't have much time left, unfortunately, but I want to leave you with one final question. What trends have you identified in DevRel recently, and specifically related towards onboarding developers?
I think we spoke about the time to hello world. That was such a critical thing last year, like making sure devs, it's so complicated, making sure they can come in and dink around right away and get the aha moments. I think this year it's about you're not even specifically making content for humans anymore. What you need to do is have like digestible information for LLMs, so people who are vibe coding on Cursor, which is most of them these days, can easily get your information out of the LLM. So like an LLMs.txt or an LLMs.all.txt, those little files will go a long ways, not just having a tutorial for a human, but make sure your content is very digestible by LLMs and you get that information in those agents.
I don't know what an LLMs.txt file is. I just learned something.
Just got invented. Check it out. LLMs.txt.
Okay,
It's
interesting.
just like, you know how you had like a bots.txt? You know, on old HTML websites, there was like was it bots.txt? It was some kind of like index this, but don't
It was for
index
Google,
this.
yeah.
This is something like this. LLMs.txt is sort of like here's like a no, structure needed, just a giant text file that will dump all the context to your agents.
And that gets crawled by the LLMs. Interesting.
I would say one thing that we're working on is pre-built CLIs. We did that on the SDK side, on the linear side. We are working on different things on embedded wallets, so also providing this kind of seedless onboarding for dApps developer. So I think like pre-built things is something that we are really looking forward to. Even like pre-built containers. I start seeing people sharing like perplexity containers where actually people take it and actually create their own flow on the LLM. It's actually super interesting. So I think like providing this in your docs would be super interesting because one thing is the CLI to work on, and then you have pre-built examples and containers for you to take it. So verticalized tutorials. So it's not just a tutorial, but it's kind of like pre-built tutorial that you can actually take further.
This is another thing that like frameworks are actually coming back in. I would say that like last year it was hard to sell a framework because it's so complicated, and if you're going to go to production, you need to know everything about that stack. And so developers would see a nice framework like Scaffold ETH and see like, yes, I could deploy something in an hour, but I'd rather take 2 or 3 days to do it so I understand the full stack. I think we're trending back now toward frameworks because of AI agents and prompting AI. It's a lot easier for me to prompt an AI agent and say, go use Scaffold ETH to build this, rather than how do I build this? And with Scaffold ETH, there's a lot of stuff that's kind of there already that helps provide context to the agent on how to read and write from contracts and how to make components and all that stuff.
I think one challenge that will come back will be integrations, because with frameworks come also integration challenge and with different levels. And we see that already with specific CLI, even with ELIZA, like some kind of integration are not done on the partner specific and they're waiting actually for the native integration. I think this will come, will become a challenge soon.
Yeah, I think we're all getting close on time, so I'll just wrap up with saying like 2 things. I guess one on that part, on the whole framework thing. We had 2 people in our company that were building agent frameworks, me and Nima, back in 2024 at the end when we found ELIZA, and then we were like, oh, just like scrap that. This actually works much better for the thing that we were trying to do, and it's like way ahead. So yeah, like. There's like hundreds of contributors now to ELIZA, and I think like building a framework is just so much work, or doing all these different actions and orchestrating things with cron jobs and everything, and it's just so much. So it's cool to see that we have some nice frameworks to kind of to start with. But in terms of like what a technique that might be different that works well, it's not really DevRel, but I think distribution is like becoming more and more important. If you look at what Abstract is doing, they almost have like an app store type of thing. That's pretty cool. That might attract builders. I think ELIZA does a great job of amplifying everyone building in their ecosystem. So I think finding some way to give your builders distribution would be a form of DevRel that you can kind of do to help, and that's something we're also trying to work on a little bit. So.
One thing that Abstract is doing really well is the self-custody model. Like you used to have a seed phrase and all that bullshit, and now it's just like a smart contract wallet with some good recovery, and now people can just fingerprint their way in and do whatever they want on chain smoothly.
Seedless onboarding, right? This become big. For you, Bianca, what is the most exciting things that is happening soon? Yeah.
I think, unfortunately, I'm getting signs that we're a lot over time, so we need to wrap it up here. Let's give a round of applause to our panelists.
Sports and chains, no rug pull. in chains.
She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's if your chain's choking Ethernet whiz. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagron drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, crack. That lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Alliance architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do with a do with a do with do with do with do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feet graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it.
Hello, hello. Good afternoon. So we'll keep it rolling for our next panel, DeFi in LATAM, a topic that's actually near and dear to my heart. And so I'll introduce our moderator, Kush.
Thank you, everybody. I'm glad you all firstly managed to find the stage, because we were walking around for like 40 minutes trying to find where this place was. So thank you all for being here. Really appreciate it. So my name is Kush, and I'm really excited to have a really diverse set of panelists today who are all going to go ahead and introduce themselves. Before kicking off, I want to just start with a really quick anecdote on why DeFi in Latin America, and this will be, I think the question to kick us all off, like just at a really high level, like why are you excited for DeFi in Latin America? But I wanted to buy a car a couple of years ago, and I was looking around like, hey, where can I buy a car? Okay, cool, I found a car, and then I was like, how can I get a loan, Maybe Sarge, you're smiling because I think you've heard this story before. And so I went to my bank and I was like, hey, bank, can I get a loan for my car? Like, yeah, sure, you've got some money in the bank account, and yeah, it's 22% interest rate a year, and it's going to take about 3 weeks to issue you the loan. And I was like, oh shit, okay, all right, well, let's see what I can do in DeFi. So I went on Liquidity, which is one of my favorite DeFi protocols, and I took out an interest rate free is what they peg themselves as, but really it's a 0.5% interest rate loan. And that in and of itself, even just like with the on and off ramping, et cetera, is like an order of magnitude better experience than taking a loan out with a bank. And I think that's just like one anecdote and one example of why DeFi is super important in Latin America, right? It just allows us to, and I think just generally DeFi is important, but I think particularly in countries across Latin America where financial systems are just absolute shit, sorry for the language here, but it's pretty horrible, right? Like the financial systems we have, Argentina, right? Mexico has seen huge inflation recently, Venezuela, I'm really excited for this conversation, just like a really, and please, if you have any questions as well, we'll leave some time for questions at the end. But with that, I'm gonna go ahead and just pass it down the line here, and you can all introduce yourselves. Where are you from? What are you doing here? And why are you excited for DeFi in Latin America?
Awesome. Yeah, for sure. Well, I'm Anna. I'm community lead, growth lead for Eigen Foundation. We are supporting the Eigen layer ecosystem. And yeah, well, I'm from Mexico. I've been in the ecosystem for 4 years, I believe, or 5. I've been growing communities in Latin America. I started Ethereum Mexico and support the Ethereum Foundation with a lot of communities across LATAM. And then I was part of the Arbitrum team for 2 years, and now I'm in Eigen Foundation. And why I'm excited for DeFi in Latin America, well, I want to share something personal as well. Like, I used to be a freelancer, so one of the times that I was getting paid in US dollars, basically I was super excited because that was my first interaction with this. I used a platform, and that took me like $20 just for that transaction. So that is a lot. So then I learned about crypto, and now I'm realizing that I can get any amount, anytime, whenever I want, for just fees, like for dollars, like 0.5 cents or something, or even that $1. But compared to $20, imagine that. Like these $20 for families in Latin America can mean like a full meal per day, or maybe for a week. So this is super impactful. So yeah, that's one of the reasons I'm super excited about.
Andres Fleischer here from Argentina. I'm in the crypto space since 2012, so a long time ago. I'm part of Ripio. Ripio is one of the largest crypto exchanges, crypto company, let's say, in Latin America, born in Argentina, but now well spread across Latin America. I also lead Ripio Ventures, which is our venture side. And well, thank you for inviting me here. I would like to differ. Argentina used to have serious economic issues, and now it's getting better. Our currency, the peso argentino, appreciated like 40% the last year, something like that. Of course, coming out from the floor, but still. But yes, we suffer a lot of inflation, like almost 300% inflation last year. So that's probably the reason why in Argentina there's a huge adoption of DeFi solutions. Mainly, I would say for cross-border payments. Even though Argentina's financial system is getting better and fintech products are getting better and more used in my country, there's still a lot of friction for cross-border payments, which then companies are fixing this using stable coins and then investing with those stable coins and then borrowing from lending protocols. So that's what we are seeing right now in Argentina that is trending. I have some other things, but we can talk later.
Hey everyone, my name is Saj. I'm originally from Mexico, and yeah, my name is not Mexican at all. I'm half Indian, half Mexican. I've been in the space for 4 years. I joined in late 2020 to work for Badger DAO. You may have heard of. It's a DAO focused on bringing Bitcoin to DeFi. I kept the same mission, but then I transitioned recently to work for Corn over here. It is a layer 2 you may have heard of as well. It is an Ethereum layer 2, but it's Bitcoin focused. It uses BTCN, a synthetic Bitcoin as gas token, and then through some other innovation, it's built and designed to be the best place for BTC-Fi to flourish. And I'm very excited for DeFi in LATAM. Well, I am from there, and I've seen the inefficiencies of the system, as we've heard here, is something everybody in LATAM experiences. And through building in this ecosystem for a while, you learn that there's other ways of doing things, and also you learn that fundamentally the economic machine in the world in general, it's broken in many ways, and we can learn from the way the fundamentals work in crypto. And yeah, Latin America has different countries have all sorts of different issues, and I think crypto in general can help a lot. But DeFi specifically, right now, it's already helping a lot of people. It's empowering, and I'm excited to be helping push that forward because it'll just unlock lots of potential.
Hello, my name is Jesus. I'm originally from Venezuela, but I'm living in London. I've been in the space part-time 3-4 years, but I've been full-time for a year. Before this, I was a director of structured products in a large bank in London. I am currently building a protocol called HODL protocol, where we are opening access to everyone to top hedge fund institutional grade strategies that so far have only been offered to the elite on Wall Street and in London. So what we're trying to do is, instead of you having to have 5 million and having friends in the hedge fund industry in order to be able to invest in one of these strategies, we want anyone with a wallet to be able to access to any of these across the world. And the reason why I'm excited about DeFi in LATAM is 2 words: liquidity aggregation. I am from Venezuela, a country that many of you know that is a failed state these days. And among other things, one of the big problems there is that there is no access to literally any banking product. There is no even credit. The only way you can buy a house in Venezuela is with cash. And guess what? Who has cash? Basically no one, especially in a country that is bankrupt. And you can search this online if you don't believe me. You can buy for $7,000 a 2-bed, 2-bathroom apartment in the front of one of the best beaches in Venezuela for $7,000 because no one is buying anything because there is no credit. Now, if you have DeFi, the beautiful thing about DeFi is that you finally are creating a unique global platform where you can get a loan from someone in Colombia, Argentina, Nicaragua, and actually have access to the financial products that you need in order to buy a home and to have a normal life. So in countries particularly like Venezuela and many across Latin America, aggregation of liquidity will lower the price of the car, of the loan of the car, right? Because it was 22% because you were only able to get a loan from banks in your country, but not from banks in Mexico or Colombia or United States. DeFi solves that.
Nice. So we got a really diverse set of folks here on the stage and across literally the entire region. The other use case, so we mentioned inflation resistance, we mentioned stablecoins, we mentioned payments, liquidity aggregation, credit as well. The other really interesting one is tokenization. And I think one of so we bought a piece of land like 3 years ago, and 3 years later, I'm waiting for one damn piece of paper from some stupid court in my country that hasn't been processed yet for us to finalize the details. It's stupid. And so it's just like all of these inefficiencies that I'm so deeply frustrated by when it comes to just governance and financial systems in the region. I think a question, maybe, I think, Andres, you've been in this space for super long time. You guys look at a ton of deals. You work for one of the biggest crypto companies in Latin America. What do you think is the biggest challenge for us to scale DeFi adoption in Latin America?
DeFi adoption or real world assets adoption?
I think across the board, right? Like, I'm curious to get your takes, because you guys look at a ton of deals with Ripio Ventures as well,
Yeah.
right? Like, where are the main friction points and a lot of the kind of problems that you're seeing?
No, that's a good question. DeFi adoption, I think the main challenge is for people to get in. So probably better ramps to DeFi, better infrastructure is a way to do it. Ripio, for example, is offering people right now to access a DeFi product in a couple of clicks, which is typically impossible for an Argentina, for example, to invest in a DeFi protocol. I mean, you need to have a lot of knowledge of what you are doing and handle wallets and protocols and things and bridges and a lot of things that are not easy to do. And in the case of real-world assets, I would also want to reply to that. I think it's lack of regulation. Because that's what you said. You depend on a bureaucrat to give you some paper to do some things. Tokenization can help with that, absolutely. But the problem is that you also need it has to be a regulated company because it's typically assets that are already regulated. It's still early in Argentina and Latin America for real-world assets, I guess. Not as in the US, where we have a lot of adoption of real-world assets, but I hope it changes soon.
Nice. Yeah, I think regulation, it's coming. I mean, I feel like regulation definitely every day is coming online, and we see a lot of movement in Brazil. Mexico is a really strong regulatory body when it comes to crypto. Argentina seems to be wanting to bring a lot more robust regulation to crypto, or deregulation, perhaps you might say. The other interesting item specific to Latin America is Bitcoin. Right, so the first country to make Bitcoin legal tender was El Salvador. I was just up there a couple of weeks ago. Practically no one uses it. In fact, they hate using it. But Saj, give us like some insights on like why Bitcoin, why is it taken off in the region, you know, and what do you think is the opportunity for Bitcoin in Latam?
Yeah, I think my perspective in Bitcoin is probably not the hottest take, especially because you just gave an example of the application of Bitcoin in the way that people intended. Bitcoin as a payment method, it's not what Bitcoin is the best for. I don't think Bitcoin has a big role to play in Latin America as a store of value, as it has in the rest of the world. We have spoken about places with hyperinflation, places where just you don't know if your retirement will be there by the time you retire, because there's corruption, there's just infrastructure that just breaks and you cannot trust. So having access to an asset that is just the best store of value ever created, and giving that access to people is, I think, a big unlocking force, and I think is already one of the biggest drivers of crypto just in general in Latin America. I just learned today that it is the largest by far held crypto asset in Mexico, which makes a lot of sense, right? It is the largest crypto asset, so you can tell in it's proportionally in all countries that's the case, and. But yeah, I think by itself, Bitcoin, it's just that great store of value. But as more people start holding it, as more people start to get exposed to it, and count on it as a means of preserving their heritage, their hard work, value generated, and wealth, I think Corn and DeFi through Corn can play a big role in powering it forward. Corn, what it is, as I said, a layer 2 that it's based and focused on, being the best place for Bitcoin finance to flourish. It uses a synthetic BTC as gas token. And what that means is that it puts Bitcoin at the gas pedal. It means that Bitcoin is a protagonist. It means that Bitcoin has the largest liquidity, and means that Bitcoin can have the most applications at scale. We partnered with multiple of the most established protocols to launch there. There's Curve, Uniswap, Morpho, Euler, Avalon. So the money Legos are there so that you not only have the efficiency of an Arbitrum Orbit chain, so that people can use a synthetic Bitcoin asset, with cheap gas fees and speed, But also you have a very strong foundational DeFi money Legos, so that you can do so with trust, with security, with the lendiness that these provide. And that's what we want to enable, right? Through Corn, we can scale a Bitcoin economy, especially for these places that are already counting in Bitcoin as that value, and they're using Bitcoin as that entrance to the crypto world, right? So yeah, I think that's my take
Nice.
there.
How do you all see Bitcoin being used in like your respective countries? Any insights on what role Bitcoin plays in this whole DeFi world in the region?
Yeah, well, for Mexico, to be honest, like there is the most important exchange in Mexico is called Bitso. So Bitso, like most of their users, like 70%, I guess, they are holding Bitcoin. And yeah, this to me this makes a lot of sense, to be honest. Like, of course, this was the first blockchain. Like, if you go into Google and you type crypto, the first thing you see is educational content about Bitcoin, and educational content about crypto and Bitcoin. You see a lot of this in Spanish, so that's one why. And of course, there is a lot of like KOLs or influencers. Like, one of the richest people in Mexico, Salinas, he is like the biggest KOL about Bitcoin in Mexico. So that's making a lot of sense, to be honest. But yes, just one tip for everyone here and your protocols: create content in your language or in Spanish. So people, when they are doing a research about crypto, they see your content there. So yeah, that's something we need to be working on.
So yeah, about the role of Bitcoin in Latin America, especially in 2017-18, Bitcoin paid the bills during the worst times of the Venezuelan decline of a lot of developers, a lot of hustlers, and it wasn't only just because it was an asset appreciating in value. I mean, these are people that had to pay the bills day to day. The beautiful thing about Bitcoin is because it's an asset that you didn't really need to get the permission of a country or an exchange to buy. People were creating creative, like mining Bitcoin. There are a lot of now great Solidity developers from Venezuela because they learned how to then, with Ethereum, then write smart contracts, but they were introduced to the ecosystem through Bitcoin. A lot of people trading Bitcoin, also to make a living. A lot of Venezuelans that actually created OTCs in order to help other Venezuelans and Latin Americans exchange Bitcoin to fiat. So it's an asset that, because it was relatively easy to access compared to a stock, to a bond, etc., it allowed a lot of hustlers in Venezuela to get a job and to pay the bills. So it has been really a survival tool through the years. It still is nowadays, but during those dark years, it was especially useful.
Nice. There's an interesting anecdote on Argentina, in fact. Brian Armstrong was in Argentina when he first found out about Bitcoin, right? And
yeah, correct.
Yeah, so obviously Coinbase played a huge role in catalyzing this entire industry, so it's cool to sort of see that.
Yeah, Argentina, I started in crypto in 2012. By 2013, there was already a big community there, like 6 companies. Many of them are still alive, then came much more. But Argentina and Venezuela, powered by hyperinflation and distrust on the government and so on, Bitcoin came as an alternative that you can trust, something that is still there, that is not controlled by anyone that can spoil it and then can, well, don't want to say bad words here, but with your money. And so, yeah, I think that drove a lot of interest, and it's still the best asset class on the crypto space that you can hold, even though stablecoins now means a big part of the pie because of the usability. When it comes to Bitcoin, I think it lacks that part. So that's why stablecoins eat that.
Yeah, there is no second best. I'm just kidding. So stablecoins, like Tether recently announced that they're going to soon ship Tether on the Lightning Network. Literally, the timeline was soon. So there's something really, really interesting with stablecoins, right? The world's largest remittance corridor is between Mexico and the United States. The United States to Mexico. $60 billion a year, 10% of that, you mentioned Bitso, is processed by Bitso. I do want to switch to stablecoins and dive a little bit into that, because that's one of the use cases I absolutely think is fascinating, and I think it's where crypto has really found PMF. What are you looking forward to in the horizon for stablecoins, and how can we leverage stablecoins and DeFi ecosystems to bring more value and more utility to DeFi for people in the region? Mountain Protocol, which is founded by Latin Americans, is really exciting. There are a number of other players that are trying to engage with the region. Local stablecoins are launching now, right? There's a lot of movement in stablecoins in LATAM. Let's talk about, what are the opportunities you're super excited for stablecoins in the region? Take it away.
All right. Well, I think you called it. In Argentina is already making so many changes because it is a fantastic use case. There's so many inefficiencies. Any time you try to do any payment, even I'm based in Canada, and I try to pay something slightly above my the allowance my bank gives me, and I had to go in a call for like an hour to let them use my money and pay, I'm always like crypto solves this, and I work in, but I'm still forced to do this, So I think one of the challenges is for regulation to allow for more people to use it. I think there also needs to be innovation in the custody side of things, because it is a virtue of crypto. You can have self-custody, but also I think it's sometimes a downside, because I don't think everybody nor needs it nor wants to have self-custody of all their funds, right? So I think that there needs to be more trustless ways in which people can access, they can be secure, and through regulation, trust in that security, so that they can tap into this technology and use it reliably. There needs to be more people wanting to accept it, and I think that's also a product of having the right regulation, the right government intervention, but it's an effort that will have to happen in parallel in all these countries, and we need to be pushing that for sure.
I have one that I think is typical, just like he said, stablecoins are amazing, but I think there is a friction because there are so many stablecoins and there are so many blockchains, so there are so many stablecoins in so many blockchains. For the people I've been talking to that want to use stablecoins, like regular people that are not in crypto, like us, for example, they got completely crazy when they want to use stablecoins, because you can do USDC on Solana, but
is it bridged? Is it not?
So I think there are a lot of projects trying to solve that, but the project that can solve that and make it really useful for anyone, because when you use, for example, in Argentina, everyone uses dollars, hard dollars, like physical dollars in the bank, but it's just dollar. I mean, they don't even use euros, they're just dollars. So if we can solve that, so people can use a stablecoin, one stablecoin, or just a way of doing that without that friction, I think we can help them a lot. Don't know if it's possible. But.
Yeah, I'm like, stablecoins, really, really exciting. We've got about 6-7 minutes left here. Let's talk about builders, DeFi builders in Latin America. Anna, you spent a lot of time working with a lot of builders, and now with Eigen, even more so, right? So I'm curious, get your insights on learnings on kind of biggest pitfalls for builders in the region. How can we get more DeFi built in Latin America and used in Latin America?
Yeah, sure. Well, a context about builders in Latin America is that builders are growing very, very fastly. And this is because we are sharing the same language, and also Portuguese. 46 countries in Latin America, and all of those speak Spanish. And there is, of course, the biggest one as well, Brazil, that speaks Portuguese, and is very similar as well. We are talking to each other in Portuñol. We are very connected to each other, so that helps. That is like something that is moving and getting faster, because one day you have 10 builders, but tomorrow you have 50. So that is actually, Latin America is the region that has been growing, is the second fastest growing region in crypto. Every year to year is growing around 40%. So for sure, you need to take a look about what is happening in Latin America. And yeah, that's one of the highlights. And some learnings, I guess, if we want to see more DeFi projects in Latin America or crypto in general, I guess one thing that we need to support are accelerators. bring mentors to the community, people in marketing, in growth, so they can build their projects, and also for sure hire someone from Latin America to to help you build your project. What else? You can also create initiatives with universities that are focused on engineering or also business. And then you can also create a hackathon. Yeah, these are the ways that I've been learning that has been helping to grow the Latin America, the crypto ecosystem in Latin America. And for sure, as I told you before, create content in Spanish, like with local newsletters or newspapers. So people in Latin America, when they make research about crypto, they find your project and they can see your project linked to a local newsletter that they see or local newspaper, so they have more confidence in your project. So yeah, that I believe.
Thank you. And Jesus, you are a up and coming builder, right? And so, as a sort of, in fact, Jesus is going through our accelerator program right now. Tell us more about your journey as a Latin American founder operating in the region. Like, how can, what do you need and what do other founders similar to you need to scale 100x from here?
Money.
More resources?
No, but
aside from money.
Aside from money. No, jokes aside. Like in Latin America, because it's a very, even though we speak the same language, it's a very fractured region. Different jurisdictions, different governments. One time you have a right-wing government, another time left-wing government, and they all change regulations, economic policies, and it's difficult to build a business that is scalable across the region. And also I think because of that, there is also not entrepreneurship type of, mindset, because it's difficult to really build and scale a business and be successful. So the first build is in Latin American businesses where people like Andres that are already entrepreneurs and they build successful businesses. Now what I see is a wave of Latin Americans that have been living in the US and Europe, they'll learn how to build businesses, and now they're bringing their knowledge to Latin America, which is my case. Because in my case, like I left Venezuela 12 years ago, I worked in banking for 10 years, and I saw around me how many of my friends were in London, in Europe, becoming entrepreneurs. I learned from them, and eventually I got the mindset that really allowed me and one of my partners, another Venezuelan, to build the business that we have these days. So definitely education is needed. The accelerator program has been really a blessing for us. And this is the type of programs that really allow Latin Americans to teach, look, there is a network that can help you to grow a business. There are examples like Ripio, there are businesses from Latin America that now have reached a scale, and there are people and mentors that can help you into how to get there, right? So education and I think better entrepreneurship like mindset is needed. But education eventually will definitely get us there, and also having examples of successful entrepreneurs will bring more people into trying something from scratch.
Nice, awesome, thank you. So we have a couple minutes left. If there are any questions in the audience, feel free to put your hand up and ask away. Go for it.
I was just curious about something. It's kind of a broad term, but I look at projects sometimes outside the U.S., just in general stuff, and try to be progressive in the fintech crypto area, which up until recently, which we've all talked about, things have shifted in Washington. But I'm looking like down in the countries that you're talking about are in Latin America, and I know that there's a lot of issues and a lot of economic needs. Would you say that is there any sort of like desperation in terms of motivation, or is it, I was just wondering how you might feel about that word in terms of your perspective, or if it's just more of a fundamental thing, or what's happening, or any thoughts there with you? Just curious.
Yeah, so we had a couple of hands up. So desperation, go for it.
So I understand that this is the network, DeFi in Latin America. So question to you all. So you all are busy. So if you guys are also
Sipping tearless tears.
because day by day AI and crypto is becoming integrated. So we all kind of it's confirmed that the payment that AI system is going to use is basically going to be a digital payment system, and
Okay, cool. Any other questions? We'll take one more, and then we'll just go ahead and answer those wherever necessary. Go for it.
How important is the involvement of the youth or early stage crypto people in the local governments? And do you see is government getting involved at the government level in how it's done?
Okay, so youth, AI and crypto, and are people desperate to use this technology? Feel free to take it.
I'll take AI crypto quickly. Yes, absolutely. Very much interested. Very much looking into it. I think there's a lot of things we can do with DeFi. That's it.
I take the desperation bit. So you don't know what you don't know. Latin America have been used to not have access to a lot of things. And you don't know, you don't have access to those things until you suddenly, oh wow, I haven't seen this before. So it's, yes, desperation is really what drove a lot of Venezuelans into crypto because how do I earn money? But these days, it's more about the need. Like, there are a lot of financial products available across the world. People in Latin America that don't have it, and once you offer them this to them, they're like, oh wow, this is changing my life. I didn't know I could have access to this easily.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about the AI and crypto. Yeah, for sure. Like there are a lot of startups in Mexico working in AI already, and now they are starting to learn about blockchain, so they integrate it. And about desperation, well, it depends because each country in Latin America is different. So you have Venezuela, you have Argentina, like 46 in Mexico. I see a lot of opportunity in terms of that people now have an option to get access to US dollars and because of the remittances. And now they can also access to yield-bearing stablecoins, which gives them a yield by only holding USDC, for example.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I'll echo what we said here on desperation. Agree. There's definitely desperation in the sense that people suffer from the inequality, the lack of infrastructure and tools. But I don't think that the desperation is necessarily targeted to crypto because they just don't know that it could be a fix, right? But I think that educating and showing them that could definitely satisfy, tackle that desperation and tied to that to the youth. I think the access that the youth is having in Mexico and all of Latin America is definitely going to be a big driver of adoption because they can educate. They can show, hey, parents, you've been desperate all your life. Here's a solution. Let's make our governments regulate this so that we can access it in the way that we deserve it, right?
This screen is saying, please wrap up, please, multiple exclamation marks. So just quickly to answer your question, I think the youth is super important. I think education is at the foundation of this entire ecosystem and super bullish on that. Again, thank you all for coming. There are rumors of a really big conference happening later this year in Buenos Aires. To be confirmed, check the prediction markets. I don't know. But again, thank you all and a big round of applause for the amazing panelists here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For we bid let the city on sports
Cool. So keeping it going, this next panel is going to be great. Everyone's building new chains, but why? And I'll hand it over to our moderator, Liam from Anagram.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. And if you wouldn't mind just taking conversation just outside, please. Perfect. All for the conversation. Let's just take it outside. That way we can listen to our wonderful panelists today. So, pleasure to meet you guys. My name is Liam. I'm with the Anagram team. Before we jump into kind of our topic today, I would love to pass it through our panelists to talk a little bit more about themselves and kind of what brings them here today. Magnus, please take it away.
Yeah, sure. I'm Magnus. I'm one of the co-CEOs of Interchain Labs, which is basically the Cosmos Foundation and Labs entity. So we build, if you've heard of the Cosmos SDK or IBC or Tendermint, those are all things that our company builds and maintains. The Cosmos ecosystem, if you're not familiar, is an internet of blockchains. It has over 150 blockchains in its ecosystem. Also has a lot of EVM chains. So, for example, Chronos, Story Protocol, Berachain are all built on Cosmos technology.
Hi, I'm Devin Walsh. I'm the executive director and founder of the Uniswap Foundation. I'm here, I believe, because Uniswap, the ecosystem, launched Unichain, a chain for DeFi applications that has been built by the Uniswap Labs team, is supported by the Uniswap Foundation, and launched about 2 weeks ago now. So I think I'll be chatting about that.
Hello, everyone. So my name is Jacob Creech. I do developer relations at Solana Foundation. So that can be anything that has anything to do with developers, anything under the sun with devs. And that's me.
Hey guys, GM. My name is Robbie Clagis. I am co-host of the collective learning experience that is the Rollup. We talk about everything that goes on chain and more. Thanks.
Awesome. And then finally, a little bit more about myself. My name's Liam. I got my start in crypto through blockchain at Berkeley many years ago in 2017, 2018. Left that to go work on stablecoins at PayPal before joining the Cosmos ecosystem and working on a project called Evmos, which is building EVM compatibility for the Cosmos ecosystem. And now I'm at Anagram, where we focus on investing, advising, and building, particularly across the Solana and Ethereum ecosystems. And today we're going to be talking about everyone's building new chains, but who the fuck cares? And as more and more chains pop up, how do we bring more attention to them, and how do we spread out that mind share across all these projects? And so I guess without further ado, I would love to start the conversation with you, Jacob. We've got representation here from a lot of different teams that are looking at various scaling options, especially as it comes to L2s or app chains. Solana has largely taken the stance of focusing on growing the main L1 rather than looking at alternatives. I'm curious to just get your perspective on what do you think about the L2 landscape and app chain landscape as it continues to grow at a pretty quick rate.
Okay, so I'm very much into the L1 landscape, right, for Solana. I think it can be a place for L2s. It really depends on what is the L2 doing differently that the L1 cannot do. Like, for example, if one day a great example is the network, like the internet, is a bottleneck for Solana because the way that packet sizes or whatever. I don't want to go into too much detail, but it's literally a bottleneck for Solana. So there is a room for L2s to make larger changes than Solana can make, because Solana's full focus is increased bandwidth, reduced latency. So I think there is a place for L2s, depending on what their L1 cannot do. And then if there is a place, there is opportunity, and it should definitely be built.
I'm curious then, as L2s are taking over Ethereum, and there's been a lot of criticisms from a variety of folks in the Solana ecosystem about that fragmentation. How are you guys thinking about that fragmentation? And is there anything that you guys are doing proactively where you think you'll be able to solve those problems differently than Unichain or Cosmos ecosystem has?
Yeah, so Solana in general is trying to innovate as much as possible to where it is going to be limited by just the physical limits of reality, like speed of light is too slow. So as long as we get to that, like execution time, it's an execution chain for anything that you want to do that's settlement. Then you get to the point where the opportunity space for L2s on top of Solana are more like if you want a permissioned L2, or you have something that needs to do something that is like for gaming. You obviously can't build games on Solana, so you have people building like ephemeral rollups on Solana. Yeah, totally fine. They do things differently that Solana limits, even if it reaches that high execution state. So that's what we continue to focus on, like make it so that we have the high execution path, so that the opportunity space is not going to fragment, it's actually going to allow new things to be built.
Do you see projects like Unichain and Cosmos kind of competing for you guys for Mindshare and TVL, and possibly taking away from the Solana ecosystem?
You can say anything, don't worry.
Not really.
I guess or I can jump
Please,
in.
go for it.
I mean, I think like different kinds of users prefer different kinds of trade-offs. I guess, and that's why I think there's a lot of beef between Solana and Ethereum these days, and like some healthy competition is, I think, good. To be honest, I think it makes both ecosystems stronger. Probably it helps point out the weak points, but generally, I think like any given user, they typically they may just care about one thing, in which case whatever platform or layers of infrastructure are most optimized for that thing matters most. But like a series of inputs, for instance, like what else is within the ecosystem in which they're operating within? Like what are the trust assumptions of this infrastructure? Like those things may play into what apps are built on top of the chain or the L2, and what users may come. So I think it's like we're all working to build a better internet, right? And I think like having different trade-off spaces is healthier, and will make us stronger to ultimately supersede Web2 apps and the internet as it stands.
I definitely agree on that, because like the competitive space, as long as you have competition, it's good. No one becomes complacent, and you continually to build what's best for the user.
Yeah. I was on a panel earlier at Solana Wrapped with Max Resnick, who has very strong opinions on whether, yes, yeah. I think he posted yesterday that the app chain thesis was wrong. So it's not wrong. It's sort of hard to argue that it's wrong when it's like already in existence. And we have here one of the most successful DeFi protocols ever in existence that made the decision to build their own chain, right? And many others following suit. Ondo just announced their chain. Athena is exploring their chain. And I think it's precisely for this reason of there's this question of sovereignty in crypto, which is the ability to basically fully control the infrastructure and the trust assumptions on which you run, and being able to do things that you would never be able to do on a generalized L1, no matter how amazing it is. And that's not to say that I think there's going to not be really successful major L1s. Like I'm a huge supporter of the Solana ecosystem. Lily, the head of the Solana Foundation, was also on the foundation of Osmosis. There's tremendous ways of collaborating there. But I do believe that there are going to be an increasing class of more performant applications that specialize their hardware and specialize the very rails on which they run. One of the best examples I think recently is Hyperliquid, which is an extremely performance-focused L1 for one specific use case, perpetuals trading. Right? It's built on top of Cosmos technology. And I think they did that because they really wanted to push the limits. And I think it would be very hard for them to do that in a place that's shared and has infrastructural concerns shared with other places.
So Magnus, you talk about a lot of these notable projects that are building their own roll-ups or building their own app chains. And while that's absolutely true, it's not without its challenges. There's been a lot of projects who have really struggled to attract TVL, to attract Mindshare, to have integrations and composability with other DeFi. I mean, even when I looked at Unichain earlier today, there's not even $10 million of TVL. 2 weeks in. I know, it's only a couple weeks in, right? I totally get that. But especially since Uniswap has already had all these deployments and all these other ecosystems, you're now competing for Mindshare with your own existing deployments. And so I'm curious, for both of you guys, what challenges do you see for building an app chain or building an app rollup? And how do you guys plan on overcoming those to be still competitive with the Solanas of the world?
Yeah, I can take a first shot at answering that. So I mean, I think generally for any app chain, any application, any team looking to launch their own L2, there's a lot that goes into it. I mean, just from like the design, speccing something out, like figuring out, okay, even if you're using something that's kind of out of the box, like from Arbitrum or from the OP stack, like you have to think through, how is this going to be differentiated? It's launching a product, right? And it's launching it, for many cases, an entire developer ecosystem, which, depending upon what your application is, you may not have experience like launching an ecosystem. It's quite expensive, just having like baseline indexers, like node infrastructure, like just like running the sequencer, all of those things. You get to like the tens of millions of dollars of cost just like baseline pretty quickly, and not a lot of teams can necessarily take that on. Like I think to your point, Liam, there have been OP stack chains which have wound down just because they've been like unprofitable for so long. I think from I guess like Uniswap's perspective, like while I'm incredibly excited about the prospects for Unichain, I think it's like highly differentiated and serves like an incredibly important use case for the future development and just like scaling of Ethereum specifically. I do not foresee a world in which Unichain is the only player in the game. I think that would actually be kind of like the entire kind of like thesis behind Unichain in some ways is to be a settlement layer and like a hub for like to enable more seamless, fast, easy interop across many chains. So I definitely see a world in which there are many chains, in which Solana continues to thrive, in which Cosmos continues to thrive, in which Arbitrum continues to thrive. And I think, I guess like having Uniswap as just like a platform, as a developer platform, like the protocol across other chains, I think there's a really strong, compelling use case for that as well.
Yeah, I can build on that a bit. On the roll-up, we start talking a lot about this mental model of a healthy economy, a healthy on-chain economy, not so much in terms of TVL, but more in terms of monetary velocity. It's not very indicative of a healthy economy to just have $1 million billion just sitting there not doing anything. What's really an indication of a healthy economy is buying and selling and trading and money changing hands and goods changing hands and products changing hands. And so the case of Unichain building out its own settlement, I think that is an indication that we don't need a lot of TVL to say that Unichain is working, or any other app chain for that matter. Facilitating monetary flows across all the deployments of Uniswap, and Unichain being a hub or a settlement engine for all of those flows can be just as successful an indication as a massive amount of TVL. And so I think we'll start to kind of evolve the way that we're measuring success for a lot of these chains, not in terms of TVL, but in terms of some of these other metrics like velocity of flows going through that chain.
Sure, and I know like the metrics of like comparing chains is always difficult, but like as Devin mentions, like there's this huge upfront cost of building your own chain and all the infrastructure that comes along with it. Meanwhile, while it can sometimes be hard to find a usable RPC in the Solana ecosystem, like otherwise it's pretty easy to deploy and get started. Same with Ethereum, right? Like why, especially given how much value Ethereum has given to Uniswap, why take that value away and move it somewhere else? Sure. Yeah, sorry, I kind of combined a few points there. So maybe let's just start with the first point there, which is, it's a lot easier to deploy to an existing L1 rather than like spin up your own L2 or own app chain. And like while yes, like the things that you can do with that app chain in L1 are very different, it's still just like hard to get started. And so like who should be building app chains, I guess? Should anybody be building app chains?
Yeah, okay, so the question is, like Uniswap built Unichain, who else should consider building their own chain? I think it's a good question. I mean, one of the key inputs into the decision, I guess, from Uniswap's perspective is like the vast majority of MEV is tied to like DEX transactions, and specifically on Ethereum, it's Uniswap. And I think from Uniswap's perspective, like, it has like pretty, considerable market share today, but we're focused on growing the pie and improving execution quality to bring in the next wave of, hundreds of thousands of users who will be trading real-world assets and all these different other kinds of assets like FX, et cetera, on Uniswap. And the amount of MEV leakage that is happening today is just unacceptable. And going to an L2 and working with teams like Flashbots to build flash blocks, so which when it launches later this year will enable 250 millisecond flash blocks within kind of like a blocks transaction. That is huge in terms of like mitigating MEV not only for LPs but for users. And And so I guess for us, that's just like one input into the equation, but it's like, okay, it is a way in which Uniswap can provide an order of magnitude improved user experience for swappers and LPs. It's kind of like its core user experience. I think like another interesting example from Uniswap's perspective is just like more ownership and control over chain development. So I don't know folks who follow this closely, but Uniswap V4 launched recently, and one of the kind of the big obstacles to Uni V4 launching was the adoption of T-Store, basically like an ERC, or like a, what is it called? Like basically like an upgrade to Ethereum chain to Ethereum that had to be adopted, and I forget the name of the actual like upgrade, but it allowed for like a new form of storage that enabled V4 to actually work. And it's kind of crazy to think about, like the largest like revenue driver for Ethereum, the largest most used application on Ethereum, like could not launch because like the chain just like had its own, and the Alcor devs team had like other priorities for what to include. So for Ethereum or for Uniswap, it's just like that is another like value prop, right? Like having more control over like what how in this case the superchain evolves as a big player there. So I guess to abstract that away, I think like there have to be really solid reasons why, not just like launching for any arbitrary reason, but order of magnitude improvement to user experience, or like unblocking obstacles that exist by building on an L1. I guess are two examples.
And Jacob, does this go back to your point earlier of just like, the kinds of use cases that you think are good for, L2s or network extensions?
Yes, absolutely, because it's like there's something that was not, like it enabled you to do something better. Yeah. And being that you have more control, you can do more things. Yeah. And so that's what we also see in like the Solana ecosystem as SVM L2s and rollups are being built out. It's like they have a very specific thing in mind that they want, and they can't wait for the chain to catch up. Or maybe it's a different priority. Like a lot of the ZK stuff has taken like 2 years to come out on Solana, so you see a bunch of ZK stuff being moved out. That's fine. It makes sense because it's like, okay, we're giving you more control as an L2, but the main chain will still be moving on. As long as you settle back, everybody's happy, basically.
Yeah, I mean, Robbie, I'm curious. I know a lot of your guys' content is Ethereum focused, but as Solana, maybe leans more into, the world of L2s, is that interesting to you? Like, do you find that, going to be interesting amongst the rest of your roll-up peers?
We have lots of Solana friends. We have friends all across the ecosystems. We're not maximalists. We try not to be tribal. I'm a technology maximalist. I am a big fan of innovation wherever it happens, and we try to represent that in our podcasts. We've had Mert, the Solana chief of shitposting, on the podcast, and we do see that the product market fit that Solana has with meme coins and eventually like the financial ecosystem is possible on a single state machine to a certain extent, and then there's times to lead into customizations on rollups when the time and place is right for that change. We have this notion of the app chain lifecycle or the application lifecycle, and the idea is that there's an iterative approach. These applications start with a minimal proof of concept, usually looks like some kind of contract, smart contract on the L1. With product market fit, and you see that with Uniswap, you see that with lots of applications, you graduate to an app chain. So it's not something that you should really be building, from day zero pre-seed. It's something that you kind of build your way up to. There's a third stage to that life cycle, which is kind of fun, which is launch a stable coin and try to get some monetary premium along with your project as well. Not many teams have reached that level yet, but you do see some of those. Aave kind of skipped right to the third step, and I think eventually they may have an app chain approach as well. But this is kind of the life cycle that we see. It's an iterative approach that allows your application to evolve its infrastructure as it scales its user base and its products.
I was just going to add one thing, which is I think there are always going to be a set of applications that really make sense on sort of like a large L1. So like in my mind, I've seen so many pump.fun clones on other ecosystems that are like pump.fun app chains, like pump.fun clones like within smaller chains. They're just, they don't work, right? And I think part of that is there are times where having incredible amount of synchronous composability with local liquidity is really important, right? And I think we saw that play out as one of the biggest successes of basically like a large app chain or a large chain thesis. I think a big piece of the conversation that might be missing is multi-chain is very new. And the thing that it really introduced is this concept of interop, right? Like, interop is this idea of going between different chains, right, over some bridge or some message passing protocol. And because multi-chain happened faster than interop was designed, we have all these terrible user experiences. And I think it makes the experience of using a single chain substantially better. There's a lot of thought going into interop, but one of the things, in Cosmos we have IBC, which is natively built in interop. One of the things I'd really like to see is an expansion of that interop mission and to see what kind of applications we can come up with that employ sort of local zones of liquidity like Solana, like Ethereum, once that interop gets really, really good, like sub-second, if possible.
Final question I have as we wrap up this conversation. We started with Jacob, and so I'll end with you, Jacob, as well. I was talking to Nick White the other day, and he had a potentially, controversial take of, he sees Solana as, as it's the home of Launchpad meme coins right now, as also being the Launchpad for rollups and L2s and app chains. And he sees it as a lot of teams are going to go to Solana and build their initial project, and then they're going to hit scaling limits because there's a really strong community. Then they're going to hit scaling limits and move on to their own app chain or rollup, similar to how kind of Jupiter is kind of currently going through the process. I'm curious, one, are you supportive of that vision? And two, do you have any worries about kind of the value extraction that happens, by projects just like coming in temporarily, taking a lot of that value, and then potentially leaving with it to, build their own roll-up or app chain on Cosmos?
So the core engineers that both on Onza, FireDancer, et cetera, will say if there's ever a L2 that's building to be faster than Solana, they will outcompete them, and to where they will basically beat them at their own game. I don't think, like, JupeNet is not actually being built because it hit any scaling limits. It was being built because it's waiting on cryptography schemes to be built on Solana, which I'm thinking are probably a year out. So anything that's like execution based, the core devs have made clear we will outcompete any L2 that's going based off of scaling limits that are, in the long term, not going to be real on Solana.
So Magnus, do you think you can beat Solana's scaling limits with your app chains?
I don't think any app chain will ever beat Solana's scaling limits.
Okay.
But I do believe that sometimes scale is not the decision that people choose when they build their own app chain.
Great points.
Before we wrap up, I just want to mention that I think the chain-centric view is a bit outdated. I tend to think that we have this multi-chain approach, and I think everyone sort of sees this multi-chain approach continuing to proliferate. Eventually, every rollup will be a ZK rollup, and we'll just continue to expand outwards. And in that world, I tend to think that these L1s, L2s, they don't really, there's not really a hierarchical mental model anymore. We kind of just have these amorphous blobs of state that just exist in the void, and we're going to connect them with some kind of interop, probably ZK interop. Once every chain can generate its ZK proof and verify ZK proof, everything will just be a ZK application, and we'll just connect them all via ZK proofs.
Interesting. I look forward to seeing how the future plays out. Thank you all for the time today. I know we're over time.
Thank you.
And thank you all for listening.
Professor Ways got the future on spin. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Ways got the future on spin. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. on spin-ball. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Chaos is not compeller. Order's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI? Nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building? Prop? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial up found. Old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Ways got the future on spin-ball. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Ways got the future on spin-ball. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Throwing me mad, but mad's just a beta test for Boodle. Oh, Pete Jones,
Awesome. So welcome, everybody. We're getting ready for the next panel. Just as a reminder for everyone, if you're on the socials, the hashtag is ETHDenver 2025. And so without further ado, let's introduce the next panel. It's called The Human Algorithm Building the Soul of Crypto. And our moderator is Tomer from the Stellar Development Foundation. So,
thank you so much. Welcome everyone to the best panel in the history of ETHDenver at all times.
Woo!
Okay, so we have a bit of an interesting topic today. As you've probably noticed, it's been a difficult few weeks for crypto. $1.5 billion lost last week in the Bybit hack. It's a bloodbath out there in the markets. Meme coins going all the way to the top have been rugged. Difficult times, but I think this is a good opportunity to kind of like center ourselves back and kind of like remind ourselves what it is that we're actually doing. Talk about the actual soul of crypto, what we're here to do, and how we're delivering prosperity to people through blockchain. So maybe we can start with a quick intro. Tell us who you are, what you're working on, and how you think, in a few sentences, how that's delivering prosperity.
Sure. Hey, everyone. So my name is Marek Olszewski. I'm one of the co-founders of Celo. And Celo's mission is actually one of prosperity for all. And we've been working on it now for 6 years. It's an EVM compatible L1 that's transitioning to an L2. And we're really focused on real-world use cases in emerging markets. And so we have a lot of really great partners and builders who have built some incredible apps. I'll talk about them later. I'll just keep this short. But the end result is that we see people who are actually using crypto the way that you and I might be using typical financial applications in the West. But they're doing it all self-custodial on-chain. And it's not for DeFi, not for speculating on meme coins, but actually for their day-to-day transactions. And so, yeah, it's really exciting.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nanak. I'm one of the co-founders of Holonym. So Holonym builds human tech, which is like technology for humanistic flourishing, making tech that serves people rather than the other way around. And we feel that cryptography is a really good way of enforcing digital rights because there are lots of places where there are not the same rights as in the West. You don't have right to financial infrastructure. You might not have a government ID even. So how are you going to do basic things? And even if you do have access to finance, there's censorship over where you can use your money. So building cryptographic primitives for enforcing digital rights is what we do. And we see a lot of use cases for this, especially when you don't really have a banking system or identity.
Hi, I'm Lucy Coulden. I work with Polkadot, which is the world's largest DAO, founded by Dr. Gavin Wood, who was the co-founder of Ethereum, which has brought us all here today. I started off at Polkadot at Parity, which is the sort of engine room of Polkadot, and then we went through a full period of decentralization, and I became a solo agent, and which has led me to spearhead the Polkadot Ambassador Fellowship, which is a community, creating a community hub within Polkadot and within Web3 to a greater extent. So it will be the goal is to become the largest on-chain decentralized community in the world, and to be able to scale and be resilient to up to hundreds, potentially hundreds of thousands of people, but find a way to really keep that sense of community and belonging through the good times, through the bad times, which is, I think, exactly what we're talking about here today.
Awesome. Sounds great. And by the way, I'm Tomer, Chief Product Officer at the Stellar Development Foundation, a blockchain that's been around since 2015, really focused on real-world impact. And Marek, I know we've been coming in the same circles for a while now. You've been working on this for a while. Like you said, prosperity is literally in the mission statement. Can you start off by giving us some examples of how adoption is actually increasing prosperity?
Yeah. So I think in our case, we've partnered with Opera, this browser company. Are you guys familiar with Opera? Anybody use Opera, the browser? Cool. So as you know, they're a pretty big publicly listed company with about 500 million monthly active users across all of their products. And we've been working with them now for a couple of years to launch a fully self-custodial P2P payments wallet that is only focused on stablecoins. And so they deployed this about a year ago, and they've onboarded about 6 million users directly into their wallet. These folks are primarily in emerging markets, and they're using MiniPay the way you and I use Venmo, for example, here in the US. You can only custody right now US dollar stablecoins. And so some people are using it to save, and so it's a really useful way to hedge inflation in a lot of markets. Some people are using it, again, for P2P payments. Other people are using it for remittances to receive money from overseas. And so a lot of these real-world use cases that, again, are really bringing prosperity to people who previously, maybe didn't have the same financial infrastructure that many of us here take for granted. So this is one, I think, example. And it's very big. Again, they've onboarded quite a lot of users. There's about 600,000 daily active users. And so that's a very large amount of people who are transacting day to day, certainly by Web3 numbers. And it's growing very, very quickly. And I think with this kind of base wallet and other similar wallets like Valora, suddenly we have kind of the foundation upon which other dApps can deploy. And so there's a bunch of lending markets that are doing uncollateralized lending. Haraka is a really good example of this. They're live in Kenya and in Ghana. There's a lot of really interesting experimentation happening where, again, these stablecoins are being used for these use cases that mirror traditional financial use cases, but are happening fully on self-custodial wallets with stablecoins in those markets. There's two more that I think are worth sharing that are pretty cool. There's also a lot of refi activity happening on Celo, and so there's this really cool mix of refi and financial inclusion, one of which is Sylvie. Sylvie is created a tree planting protocol where they're incentivizing folks to actually plant trees throughout different deforested areas. And so people are then paid in stable coins in these local communities. And so it's a source of income for many people, but it's also a source of rehabilitation for some of these deforested spaces. And then in a similar vein, there's a X Prize winning project called Gain Forest that's incentivizing people with stable coins to record the biodiversity of their rainforests in local communities in rainforest regions throughout the world. So they have a big program in the Philippines and a few others around the world, in Brazil as well. And it's just so incredible to see people actually using self-custodial wallets, using stable coins to incentivize behavior that is furthering some really cool environmental cause, and then also creating these mini economies in these communities. You know, once this capital is injected into these communities, people are then not necessarily cashing out immediately, but actually realizing, oh, this is actually kind of convenient. I can pay for things electronically. Let me just keep this money here, and then the money starts circulating in these communities. And so I think that's probably the most exciting thing that's happening between kind of all of these projects coming together.
Very cool. Lucy, given your track record with the Polkadot ecosystem, can you share any examples that you've seen throughout your years in Polkadot?
So I would say, our open governance system is probably the key thing that comes to mind in terms of bringing prosperity. And it's also something that is fully active. It's not just a concept. So every single dot holder has a vote on every proposal that comes through to the Treasury. So the future of Polkadot, what we spend our money on, what sort of direction we move in, is genuinely down to every single person within the dot community. We have become, it's hard to argue that we're not sort of probably the most decentralized protocol out there with I think we have a Nakamoto coefficient of 149, and we have a treasury of over $200 million, including stable coins, which members of the community have access to. You put a proposal, it's voted by all the dot holders, and then it passes. It's no doubt that it's been and continues to be, a bit of a struggle. Expect chaos is the mantra that Polkadot was built on, but I think we're really starting to see increased participation, and it's something for me as a non-technical person, which is I think what the community up until recently within Web3 has been very technically based, but there is space for people that aren't, and we need to bring those people in. And I think the governance system and the sort of the educational piece around that, and people being able to get involved, and lots of different types of proposals that are coming through: marketing, BD, investor-related stuff, events. There's sort of something for everybody, and I think that's a real win for us, and something that can scale beyond the Web3 world as well. I mean, it's a governance system that could be used all around the globe to bring a sort of a more free and equal society.
Awesome. And Nanak, given privacy and identity is something that is often overlooked in this, and I think especially when it comes to governance, when it comes to real-world impact, things like proof of personhood become very important. Can you tell us a bit about your work in that space and how you see that affect prosperity?
Yeah, so there's always a trade-off, right, of how secure you can be and how, well, in a sense there's a trade-off between how secure you can be and how private you can be, because most secure, you know who everybody is, they verify themselves, you can't have bad actors, but we're in a decentralized world, we have a situation where everybody's anonymous online. So is there a way to keep those values of being private while preserving the security that identity verification brings ecosystems? And I think this is where ZK is really important in protecting the right to privacy as systems become more and more incentivized to collect this data on people. So yeah, I mean, Sybil attacks are a huge problem in governance, and so every governance protocol, I'm sure you probably had to deal with Sybil attacks many times, right? Like once there's any money on the line, you get the most ridiculous things. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you have stories too.
Yes,
We've definitely seen.
I think we had an only dot proposal, and things like that. Starting OnlyFans on Polkadot, things like that. Yeah, all comes through.
Yep. And you have people who is like, okay, well, maybe I can buy somebody's ID for $5, and you have people who will just like, in some country, they'll just like ride their motorcycle, find a group of people, be like, hey, I'll give you $5 if you scan your ID and give me your face, and so you have all these challenges, and I think the other places where privacy is important are where there are no like where you can't trust the data custodians. For example, like we're somewhat lucky in the U.S. and in most of the Western world where there's a lot of regulation about what can be done with data, and even then it's still a messed up situation. But like oftentimes, like you don't want the government to know that. Like government itself should not be holding the IDs because sometimes the government itself can come after you for doing seemingly normal things. So there, if you look at countries like Iran, Myanmar, privacy is like super important there when your rights are restricted.
Marek, I heard a rumor that maybe you also have something to share in the space of identity. Your shirt is a clue?
Yes. Maybe I'll take this off so you guys can see. We're really excited. So this week we announced Self, which we actually also launched late last night. So self.xyz. It is a ZK Passport protocol. If you guys are familiar with ZK Passport, maybe some of you have seen the demo over at DEF CON. There were a few demos going around. But if you're not familiar with it, it's pretty cool. Passports nowadays have NFC chips in them. You've maybe seen these biometric passport logos on the front cover of your passport. Inside the NFC chip is all of your biometric passport information, and it's cryptographically signed with a certificate authority chain that goes up to your issuing country. And so you can actually cryptographically verify the authenticity of your passport. And because we're living in a world of smart contracts, you can actually verify that authenticity on chain without a counterparty. And so that's pretty exciting. The only downside with doing that is you would be revealing your passport information to verify those signatures. And so Self actually does that verification in ZK, so in zero knowledge. And so you can use the Self app, which again you can find on self.xyz, to effectively scan your passport and then construct one of these ZK proofs that proves that you're in possession of a valid passport. And so why is that interesting? It's interesting because you can, one, prove that you are a unique individual. So it's much harder to Sybil attack those governance protocols, but it's also harder to Sybil attack airdrops or any incentive mechanism that someone might create. You can also prove that you are not on the OFAC list. As you mentioned, we had this very unfortunate reminder last Friday that there are a lot of bad actors in our industry. And a lot of decentralized smart contract-based applications are the ones that are struggling with this the most. And now you can actually gatekeep those applications with a proof that someone isn't on the OFAC list. And so that's pretty exciting. You can also prove that you're a human in general. Who would have thought we have to worry about that? But now with AI agents, suddenly this is becoming a problem. And so anything that is basically on your front page of your passport, you can create a zero-knowledge proof that reveals or makes a statement about that information. And you can do that in zero knowledge. And so certainly the OFAC, proving that you're not on the OFAC list is probably the most complex example of this, where you're not revealing anything about yourself, not your name, not your country, not your date of birth. But you can also optionally reveal small pieces of information. So for example, if someone wanted to create a Bob coin, they could, and they could reward people named Bob for their name. You could reward people on their birthdays if you want. And so there's a lot of fun little applications that folks can build. And so we're really excited to see where this goes. But primarily we built this because, on the topic of prosperity, one of the things that we've done really well as an industry is create incentives that incentivize people who have a lot of capital and can go and bootstrap a lot of these Web3 protocols with capital. And that's been working well ever since the DeFi summer. We've seen a lot of really good examples of yield farming, really bootstrapping network effects. But how do we incentivize people who maybe don't have a lot of capital to bring to a particular protocol? How do we incentivize them to come on chain and use these Web3 applications? This has been a real struggle for us, I would say, as an industry for a long time. And Sybil resistance is basically the solution to this problem. And so that's why we're so excited about Self, because you can effectively prove that, again, you are a unique individual. It's very hard to Sybil protocols that are using Self. And the end result is you can create these incentive schemes that can, incentivize payment networks to grow, or uncollateralized lending markets to grow, commerce, things that, again, don't relate to speculation, but revolve more around real-world use cases that solve real problems for people.
That's awesome. And even though I'm a moderator, just showing some examples that we see in the Stellar ecosystem, talking about these real-world use cases, we're seeing refugees in Ukraine getting paid with stable coins and able to turn them into cash through MoneyGram, for example. We've seen remote villages in Colombia being able to get paid for gig work from the US and then turn that into cash in their own communities. And we see this on-chain effect. We actually put out a video earlier this year with a wallet in the ecosystem called Decaf that actually is a mini documentary that shows you how a specific village gets transformed once they get access to these financial instruments. So we talked a bit about the identity challenges. We talked about the governance challenges. What other challenges do you see in the road for adoption that actually leads to prosperity? Lucy, maybe we can start with you.
Yes, so I think in my view, as I kind of touched on earlier, I think it's bringing the Web3 world to the wider community. It still feels very siloed, and so I think the onboarding process, not just to each protocol but to Web3 in general, is incredibly important. It's important that we work very siloed, and I think actually it's a really good example of you're working on something to do with identity. You've just released something on identity. Gavin and Polkadot are working on proof of personhood with tattoos. Everybody having a tattoo of a Kusama bird with a code underneath it. So we're all working on the same thing, and obviously we need competition. We need to, but if we came together more, it feels very much still like there's many pieces of a puzzle on the table, and we're still not kind of coming together. And I think that's what's really necessary for us to go beyond kind of just us here at ETHDenver, which is great. We're a great community. It's the same sort of people, but, and I won't go down the, your mum needs to understand it route, but the younger generations coming up, onboarding people, this isn't going away now, I guess, and I think we need to be more unified. Somebody said to me that the rising tide rises all boats. And so that's what I think we need to do, and that's what we're trying to do with the Polkadot Ambassador Fellowship. We have the Polkadot Technical Fellowship headed up by Gavin and some of the very senior engineers. And then this is the community, kind of the human side. So we're open to everybody, and we look to take each individual through their Web3 journey, through different ranks, with different educational tools, mentorship, and as the until recently CEO of the Web3 Foundation said in the summer last week, Polkadot's been siloed for too long, and it's time that we make friends. And I think that's really the key to pushing the prosperity forward for the many, not just the few.
I think one other challenge in adoption of this tech is on and off ramps. Like, number one challenge, hands down, on off ramps, because it's just the fees are too high and the KYC is too much. So there are essentially two options. One is somehow figure out a way in our regulatory landscape to get on and off ramps with lower fees, and less barriers, less user friction to actually using it. Because otherwise, none of the value props of crypto make sense. We have all the value props. People are using it. You guys, you have so many people in Africa and other countries, actually using this stuff. And a lot of that is because, I don't know the details on off-ramps there, but you don't need to on-off ramp it as much either if you're mostly holding it to hedge against inflation or if you're doing stablecoin payments. So yeah, you could fix the on and off ramps. You can get better physical off ramps where you can actually pay for real tangible things in crypto, and in South America, people are starting to do that. And the other is also figuring out a way to build on and off ramps that are permissionless, that don't have all these hurdles.
Mark, in a quick sentence, because they're throwing us off stage.
Yeah, I mean, I would say I agree with that. I mean, for me, it's really three things: on and off ramps. We've been investing heavily in on and off ramps for the last 4 years, and I think it's made it easier, but there's still a lot of work to be done. One example of what we've done, which is really cool, with an ecosystem partner, is being able to off-ramp directly into M-Pesa in Kenya. And so if you use MiniPay in Kenya, you can actually pay anywhere where M-Pesa is available. And so whenever we travel to conferences there, it's such a delight, because previously you'd have to buy a local SIM and actually top it up with M-Pesa. You'd have to bring your passport. And here you actually don't even need to do KYC. You just bring your self-custodial wallet and get going. And so I think on and off ramping is still a big unsolved problem. We're chipping away, but it's getting better and better. The other one is just UX, right? I think if we really want to do something that's easy for normies, it has to be much easier than a lot of what exists today in crypto. And that's why we've focused relentlessly on this for the last actually 6 years even. And so on Celo, you can pay for gas with tokens, which is really quite lovely. And so that experience that I mentioned by Opera doesn't require you to have Celo, doesn't require you to have ETH. Everything is paid for natively with USDC or USDT. And that just makes the experience much easier. And there's just a lot of additional things that just need to be done, I think, in the whole stack to make crypto easier for everyone. And then finally, I think probably the biggest thing is distribution. I think most developers build these products that are focused more on kind of these speculative use cases, because those are the people who are on crypto today. And so if you want to have actual users, you're kind of forced to go into that direction. But luckily now with folks like Opera coming into crypto, these big companies with these really large numbers of users, right, 500 million monthly active users across all their products, suddenly these are the kind of companies that can bring developers distribution. And so, yeah, if you're a builder and you're thinking about, okay, I want to do something for the real world, check out MiniPay.
Thank you. Our time is up. If you have any questions, come meet us outdoor. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Just a rat with his firewall splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaks at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it. Coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. They rock on PI. Get homemade in 7/4 Shaboom, dose, the efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency so. Professor Way's got the future on spin, book. Urging notes, dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, book. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fins. They cackle and shout, self-sustaining hugs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spin, book. Energy notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way.
So we're getting ready for our next conversation, not a panel, a conversation. We're getting there, near the end of the day. Some have already started with happy hour, but I'm very excited to introduce the conversation with two OGs. It's called Beyond the Meme Coin Casino, Can Crypto Still Save the World? And so we've got James Fry from Risk Labs and Danny Osorio from MetaWeb Ventures.
Thank you, thank you. All right, so we're here today to talk about a very polemic issue, which is where in the world are we? What happened? And how did we end up here? So Igor and I actually know each other from our days at Consensus way back when, I think it was 2017, and Joe Lubin would approach you and say, do you want to change the world? That was the invitation. And I said, yeah, this is cool. Ethereum's going to change the world. And we really believed it. We went around and we went to all these market launches. We talked to founders and politicians about the power of blockchain technology, about immutability, about censorship resistance, about what the world could look like. And one day we woke up in 2025, and this morning the SEC determined that meme coins were actually not securities, and you can totally do, I don't know what you can do in America, but like it was totally fine. And so I sit here with James to say like, what is going on?
Are we allowed to swear?
If you want to.
Because I might. How many of you in the crowd have ever purchased a meme coin? Yeah, lots of you. How many of you actively trade meme coins? Some of you, ish, short, yeah, okay. How many of you have made money on meme coins? How many of you lost money on meme coins? Yeah. I don't even know where to start because it's so toxic is the word. And I want to explain this. So this year, we kicked off the year. We have a new president in the US, and a meme coin followed very, very shortly after. How many of you think that was a net positive for crypto? For those who aren't in the audience, there's 0 hands raised. Not a single hand went up. How many of you lost money on Trump coin? Yeah. How many of you made money on Trump coin? Yeah? Okay. At what cost? Whose money was that you made money on? So here's the hot take. I think meme coins are antithetical to mass adoption because every time we have a mass adoption event like Trump coin, we onboard however many new users and they buy some Solana, they jump in, they open a wallet, they buy Trump coin, they're ready to make millions of dollars, and then you all use them as exit liquidity. And they never come back.
Do you think they never come back, or is it like they tried it and then they're going to try something else?
Maybe I'm a doom and gloom in that, but I wouldn't come back. If my first experience was Trump coin and I lost a bunch of money, I probably wouldn't come back. What's the point?
I think some people talk about it as like, what are the mechanisms of mass adoption? And like, you have to incentivize people with something, right? Like you have to give them something that they want. In the 2017 cycle, it was like ICOs, that was gambling.
For sure.
Right? The previous cycle was NFTs.
Gambling.
Current cycle.
Mostly gambling.
So like, is there still any hope? Is there going to be like a mass adoption vehicle that is not gambling? What could it look like? What could it look like? Because you have to onboard people somehow, right? Like we can't just say like, oh, people have to onboard because the technology is so cool that you can't do anything with it. But try it out. There has to be like use cases, right? And right now, if you think about our use cases, like I heard some really cool ideas about maybe remittances. That's probably the only use case I've heard about that, like widely practiced, like refugees or like Argentina, stable coins, right? That's a real use case. That's a country that's onboarded. So that's cool. That's an alternative. Like, what about the rest of the world?
Argentina.
Things to say. What about the rest of the world?
I think there are two ways to look at this, and I think you and I probably both agree mostly on this, and maybe most of you too. Even if you've made some, I don't mean to shame you. It's okay. Trade meme coins, that's fine. If that's what you want, that's okay. But also do so with the knowledge that the negative impact is there. We can't ignore it. There is negative impact. And so when I think about like what could mass adoption look like that isn't just another crypto casino, maybe if we're sitting in this room and we've looked at the ICOs and then we looked at the NFT cycle and we looked at now we're this interesting meme cycle that maybe is starting to slow down a little bit and maybe not. Are those really mass adoption events? I don't think so. I don't know how much it benefits the world to see Jimmy Fallon wearing a Bored Ape. I don't know how much it benefits the world for the president of Argentina to launch a token and have that just rug.
But what about the idea of like value creation, right? And like builders who are building, and like how are they getting compensated for their work? How are they getting compensated for the value they're creating? Because one of the great challenges that you see is, I remember for the first project I worked for, a super OG project, and it was still the tail end of that ICO craze, and I said, like, are we launching a token? And he said, no, good projects don't launch tokens. That was like 2017. I was like, oh, okay, right? And then you have all this value that supposedly gets created, and then you have people who maybe have never even worked in the industry who just launch something, they extract all the value, it moves through ERC20 tokens, they come through, and then you have these builders who spent 5 years toiling away building open source software who have $0, and you have some memesters who dropped in, 3 weeks ago who walked out with like $10 million. So like, is that fair, right? So does that, like, what can be done?
I'm curious, why did you join Web3? Like in the very, very beginning, you opened your first wallet. Why did you join?
So, because Joe Lubin hired me and I needed a wallet in MetaMask, number one. But the reason that I said yes to the invitation was because I come from South America, and we have very tricky governments there. Banana Republic is a generous way to refer to them. And I have an inherent distrust of governments, and I felt that adding transparency was really meaningful. And I actually had some conversations with Lamon, who had been previously the Prime Minister of Haiti, when he talked about this, where he said that when Haiti had experienced their crisis with the earthquake, they got some aid from the Red Cross, and they raised something like $80 million for them, and then they tried to give them a check for $5 million and said that everything else was spent in administration fees. And so he was exploring blockchain as a way to like actually get aid back to countries in the way that like it was intended. And I thought that was a really cool use case, and I said this would be so cool if we could add accountability to governments through this kind of transparent ledger. That was my like idea of like what the technology could do when I joined, but in practice, I opened a MetaMask to just do some pretty basic, NFT trading.
I think that reason is a very compelling reason. Mine is really similar. I was introduced to blockchain technology early on as a financial mechanism. Like, hey, you could make some money, and I started to really research and dig into it. And I'm not the type of person that's like, oh, a buddy of mine made some money, so I'm just gonna blindly throw some money at this thing. And so as I started to understand the ethos of what it means to build on the blockchain, it boils down to me for a lot of folks, it's the return of ownership to the masses. You don't own your home. Maybe you do, but most people rent. If you own a home, if you buy your home, you're paying a mortgage probably for 30 years, maybe if you're aggressive for 15. Most people aren't even owning their vehicles. They're leasing or they're taking banknotes to be able to purchase them. Heck, even this iPhone that's in my pocket, I can pay monthly payments to buy an iPhone. Pretty soon, I'm not going to own the shoes on my feet, the socks on my feet, the underwear that I have on. Ownership is getting further and further away as a concept from the general mass of society. And that's not okay, because if you fast forward that in time, what does that look like? It means the top 0.001% own everything and no one else has any chance to have any meaningful equity built up in their lives.
So do you think the true unlock of blockchain will be the attribution of ownership?
I think what it does is it gives the hope to dismantle the corrupt financial systems that have always existed. And it's similar to what you're saying. It's when you look at countries that deal with corrupt governments, crypto gives them a way to truly own their money. And that's something that's really powerful. I don't know that meme coins benefit that in any way.
But what if people just know that it's like people every day buy the lottery, right? And it's like I think like an aspiration and a hope, right? And like people know they're probably not going to win the lottery. I guess there's like maybe more regulation and limitations on that. But like, are meme coins that?
It's complicated, right? Yeah, I know. The crowd has some smirks on their faces, a little bit of laughter. If I go buy a lottery ticket, I know full well what I'm purchasing. I think the issue today is that many people buy a token like Libra, and they don't full well know. Some of us do, and it's because we've been around for a while. We've seen the pump and dump phase and many cycles over the years. But for the new user, meme coins as a vehicle for mass adoption, I think, is actually quite misleading. And actually, if you really pull the thread, it's pretty deceptive because
And there's no randomness.
we're not telling these folks that this is actually just a casino. We're not being upfront about it.
So I think part of the crux becomes like we have to provide functionality beyond this casino, right? Otherwise, then how can we expect people to use this technology? So where do you see the industry going in terms of some use case that like applies to like the average person?
I wish you would have told me that question ahead of time so I could come more prepared. I like it because there have been a few airdrop events in the space that I think have been done well. A lot that have been done poorly. We've seen them happen many times. Hyperliquid is a great example. If we look at what Hyperliquid did early on, they found product market fit, they built a great product, they had great users, they developed a strong community of people who believe in what they do before they launched their token. Meme coins are kind of the opposite, right? Like it's sort of lead by token, lead by financial incentives. There's no product market fit, there's no product to back up the token, it's just speculation. And so I think the way that we move forward, the value add that we have is true products that solve real problems for real people, where we can demonstrate crypto makes your life better. Maybe there is financial incentive. I'm not saying remove that altogether. I think that is a vehicle for mass adoption. But if we do it with honesty and with a product that backs the token and there's actually real building happening and real value added, I think that's actually a better mass adoption event.
Yeah, so something I've been percolating as kind of a use case is really like creating things that weren't possible before, right? And one of the use cases that I keep coming back to, and I don't actually know if it's technologically feasible, but I hope that at some point it is like what you mentioned about ownership, but actually ownership about like our data as attributed to our identity, right? Because Google and Facebook invented this data economy. At the risk of dating myself, I was the first group of people that tried Facebook.
Me too.
Back in the day.
Me too.
And, Mark Zuckerberg's team showed up on our college campus and said, don't worry, we're only ever going to let college kids in, and we'll never sell your data.
Do you remember the revolt when they opened it to high schools?
Yes. No, and the weird when you found like your uncle, watching
Even
things.
worse.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and then you
even
got a call
worse.
from your
Yeah,
parents
exactly.
being like, "Why were you out so late on this?" And you're like, "Whoa, what just happened?" Right? And but at the time, it was like it used to be like for us, it was called the Green Book, and it was the photos and the names of everyone in your class, right? And like that got turned into the Facebook, and then you have this whole data economy that has been created by these like giant tech monopolies who have essentially like developed off like profiting with people, right? The idea was like you use the free service and then you become the product. And that happened in like back in the early 2000s, and now we're almost 20 years later, and no one's ever figured out how to like take that back into the people, right? So like no one's figured out how to say, well, I own my data, and yes, maybe you can sell it to advertisers with my consent, and also when you make $40 because I purchased something through this, maybe that should go back into a pool of the people, or go back into the overall impressions or visions, or however that goes. And so I think there's like a lot to figure out technically with like how oracles work, how you attribute that data, and how it works through. But I do think that like if we're really thinking beyond the casino, the unlock is like that attribution of data somehow.
Yeah, I agree. And I work in the Oracle space under UMA. We do a lot of work around that. Data is where real value is. Your data, if you don't own your data, if you post images on Instagram, you don't own that data, that's problematic. And if you pull that thread far enough, it becomes very much like you don't even own original thought anymore. And that's troublesome. We're out of time, but should I?
Yeah.
Can crypto still save the world?
I think crypto can still save the world, and I think that you are all the ones who are going to do this.
Yeah,
so
I
we
agree.
encourage you to think through how to break the tech monopolies, because that's really the unlock. The unlock comes down to like really figuring out how to produce real business models, how to take over real capital, and how to break systems that are, how to break the systems that already exist because they're broken. So we believe in you.
I like to think we do, because there is still hope, and crypto can, I believe, still save the world. So let's do it.
Click, clack, goes a mace on firewall. I spooked intrudes from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing on my cokes too crisp. Mainnet gossips tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. Your private DMs on the dumpster dive jump. Eyes everywhere, not just three bird phones. Quantaries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dead scene. Heading up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like who's got the keys? Nullifiers huffing. You're just a rat with these firewall split.
Our next panel is getting ready to go, Heroes and Villains, and I'll kick it off to our moderator, Rob.
What's up, everyone? We got a full crowd, got a full house. Thank you all. My name is Rob. I'm the art steward for ETHDenver. We have a beautiful art gallery downstairs. Just wanted to give a quick shout out to our partners, OpenSea, Super Chief. Big shout out to Jessica Angel, Justin, who brought us all together to make this a beautiful event. Just wanted to give a quick plug for the art gallery. We do have an art gallery downstairs right by the merch booth. We are rewarding people just for bidding. So when you place that initial bid, you're going to get it rewarded with Spork. When you make that winning bid, you get rewarded in Spork. And even if you're a runner-up, you're going to get rewarded in Spork. So everyone's a winner when you come to ETHDenver. So going to get some introduction to a few of the homies on stage. We have ETHDenver, Jennifer, and Mike. I'll let them all introduce themselves really fast.
Hi, everyone. My name is ETHDenver, an artist from Denver, mostly Boulder now. But I've been in the NFT and Ethereum space. This is now my 6th ETHDenver. Was my first place I ever minted an NFT in 2020 in the art gallery way back then. And since then had been basically a full-time artist for the last 5 years. And just recently kind of dipped back into the more traditional art world as well. But it's been a really fun ride, and I work mostly in kind of augmented reality, virtual reality, and photography kind of space. So, yeah.
Hello, hi, my name is Jennifer, but I also go by my artist name, which is Siren AI. I joined the space probably in 2022 as a collector, and then transitioned into being a builder, and I built my own DAO, which is One Love Art. It's a collective. It has like 300 artists. It's really cool. I'm also a gallerist, so I own some displays in Miami, and I try doing events that like onboard people into the space. But then as an artist, I create art that is like really ethereal and dreamy, and deals with like mythology. So my piece is in the gallery. It's super cool. I've been an AI and digital artist going on about a year and a half now, and I've been exhibited in several places. So I'm very emerging, but I have like a nice collector base, which is cool. So this is my first ETHDenver, actually. Yeah.
Awesome. Welcome.
I'm Mike. I'm a background in art director. I found NFTs in 2020 and decided to launch my own collection in 2021. About 10 months into the collection, I woke up one day and it was all sold out. Enough so that I was able to quit my job. So that was 4 years ago. Since then, I've done artist collabs with the Chicago Bulls, Adidas, and Steph Curry. And so I've been working with them for the last 4 years. And yeah, still here, still doing my thing. So I appreciate you guys having me.
So as you heard on the panel, a lot of us, we've been in the space since about 2020, so it's just a great thing and a blessing that NFTs has allowed people to be full-time artists, be full-time creators, and make their dreams come true. And as we all know, there's been a rocky road, for lack of better words. There's been ups and downs. Some people say NFTs are dead, some people say NFTs are alive. NFTs have changed my life, so I'm forever grateful for them. So that's one of the reasons why we came up with the concept regen versus degen and where we are in that spectrum. So I'm gonna ask a question, because we never know. In the road today, where do you fall on the heroes versus villains? Where do you fall in the regen versus degen? So if you all can share some examples from your work or experience where you intentionally blur those lines of not just being a superhero or not just being a villain, but a little bit of the mix between the two.
Well, for me, like heroes and villains, and then regen and degen, I think of like the way I've always approached this space is of myself. I would view myself more of like the hero side of it, where I'm not like mass posting tons of artwork to the blockchain, trying to get something to catch. Instead, I approach it more from like the one-of-one kind of aspect, where it's fine art that I'm permanently putting onto this, the Ethereum blockchain. And in this case, it's like, it's more about my true self and being like an artist and trying to do things that I believe in and not trying to just chase the bag per se, or try to make a lot of money by posting things that don't necessarily align with my vision as who I am as an artist and what I like to make. And All this stuff is permanent too. So I think long term, with people that say NFTs are dead, it's like I feel like things are still in the birth zone. Like this is still happening. There's still so much room for growth for creative and intelligent people to kind of bring their ideas to the table. It's not all about just like mass spamming stuff. So yeah, a little hero villain arc, I guess. More hero, I feel like.
I love that.
Hopefully.
Anybody else want to add to that?
I think it really kind of comes down to perspective for me. I think when I quit my job, it was purely like, you're a degenerate. What do you mean you're quitting your job for NFTs? But the regenerative side of that, it's like I'm trying to do something innovative and new and kind of lead the way for other artists. So it really kind of comes down to perspective. I think you're kind of both in that lane where you're in the intersection of both, where it's regenerates and degenerates both looking at you and feeling a certain kind of way. But I think that's just conviction. You kind of just have to go with what you know, you know?
So I guess the way that I would approach it is that I saw a lot of the extractive behavior and almost left the space. And then before I did that, I asked myself, like, what can I do to be like a value add? And so the way that One Love Art approaches a lot of the stuff that it does is heavy on collaboration. So we just did a drop on Transient using one of their multi-creation token contracts. And we had 20 artists there. And so by getting together, you basically pool like the collector base and almost guarantee like that there will be a sold out and like a sale. And then you can divide those profits as a collective amongst the artists. And that way, I feel like you do more meaningful projects that impact the artist and it distributes the wealth. Whereas there's other models where I feel like artists are getting left behind, like these like massive timed open editions versus like more fine art that you can demand or sort of ask for a decent value. And so I feel like what we're doing is trying to be kind of like the heroes in a way where we're looking for creative approaches for distributing the wealth and helping all of the artists do it and sort of like push against the system a little bit. And yeah, a lot of the stuff that we do is inclusive. I do open calls. Like we have one that's happening now that's for women to inscribe on Bitcoin because I believe that like, first, I don't see enough women creators on the Bitcoin ecosystem, but also like they're gonna get paid in Bitcoin. And so in that way, it's already like an empowerment move towards the women. And so that curation is gonna happen and that drop is gonna happen March 8th. So that's really how I approach it, but I don't see like black and whites as far as like that dichotomy of like the bad and the good necessarily. I just feel like there's extractive and like value add behavior in this space, and you should really lean towards finding a way to add value in whatever way that looks like for you. Yeah.
Thank you. That was such a beautiful answer.
Thank you.
Next question, we're going to move on. In a decentralized community like we are in today, like we all are here for, how can we reimagine the narrative of a region and a degen? I would like to think of it as creators, we are naturally degens. When I got into the space, me and my friends, we would call ourselves degens, but that's before it got really negative to be known as a degen. But in order to paint pretty pictures or do art when everyone else is like, get a job, you have to have some degen in you. So how do you see that we can change a narrative of a region or a degen in your own personal opinion?
Well, I would say that I'm not sure. I would say the idea behind it is that like there's definitely the degenerate side of kind of going against the grain of the status quo of what we're told to do in life, and like being an artist and trying to make art as a career is definitely a harder play, and it's like it's throughout time always been said that like a starving artist, right, is like the long-term like joke, long-running joke on people. So there's like some degenerate thinking there. But in doing that, like you find beautiful things. And one thing that pops to mind, degenerate behavior, like when Nifty Gateway was dropping artwork back in the day, there was a guy named Pac that was on Nifty Gateway. And he, as a degenerate move, posted the URL to Twitter for the back end, like the actual buy button link for the web page to Nifty Gateway, that avoided you having to click the actual button. So you could, when the drop happened, refresh this web page and almost instantly buy the piece. And it was like Nifty Gateway went around and like 10 minutes before the drop happened, like made him pull down that tweet, and the people that had that open got a POC piece for like $1. And I just thought that was like, when I think of degenerate stuff, but still empowering people through the degeneracy, like that was something cool. So I don't know, something that popped to mind.
That was beautiful. That was a great example.
Yeah.
Anybody else want to chime in?
Yeah, I feel like you said it in a way that I had like a thought, which is that you need a little bit of a degen in you to like actually push the entrepreneurial spirit. Like you have to be a little bit gritty in that way. So maybe in that way, you know, like you can embrace that side of degeneracy. And I did do stuff, I feel like, in the space that was like constructive rebellion. There was this one part, well, they're still doing it, but Super Chief did this one thing where it was like remote control and the billboards. And it kind of gamified the situation and made it more of like a popularity contest. And a lot of artists started to complain, especially in the collective that I am a founder of. And so I was like, well, if, you know, like you have to go through this whole process of like grinding it out just to get on a billboard, what if I just like get the billboard? And so like we just did that instead. And like I found out the cost and I curated like 130 people and I named it, instead of remote control, like in control. So it was like,
that's awesome.
It was like a little elegant, like kind of like, fuck you, kind of, you know, the artists aren't feeling this, so we're gonna do like a counter kind of like movement, but it's all love. Like I love Ed and I think Super Chief is great and super necessary. But like I feel like wherever possible, when you can like add and do it in a way that is like also provocative and sort of keeps the balance in the space, I think that's also something that we should be looking for.
The word that pops into my head is like subversive.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like
bit.
you like always have to, like all the best artists and all the best art always kind of like pushes a little boundary in some way. So a little degen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, nothing these guys haven't said. I think it's degenerate until it's not. You look at like the graffiti scene, like everybody looked at that as such a degenerate thing to do. And now these artists are getting, you know, $100,000 commissions and people aspire to be them. I like to think the blockchain in the NFT space is similar, where it's like, why are you doing that? Until people start to understand like, oh, it's just art in a different form.
Yeah.
Thank you. So Mike and I and Mike, are on the curator team, so we help select the artists. And we have two of the artists who are featured in the gallery on stage. So I just wanted Jennifer and Isertra, if you can tell me a little bit more about the piece that you submitted to the open call.
Sure. So mine is called Rise of the Machina. And my name, like I mentioned, is Siren AI. So I use AI tools a lot. And there's a downside to being sort of like a conceptual creator that uses tech, because you could literally lose yourself in space and time, like on a computer, just prompting and editing, and just, it's like a rabbit hole. And I found myself like actually saying, you are overusing technology. Like you are now getting to that point where it's unhealthy. And I was creating art right around the time of Miami Art Week, and that theme kept on coming up. And I felt like, am I the machine? Am I the human? Or is the AI that's helping me co-create, is it more humanistic than I think? And so I created a piece that's a cyborg, and she is holding a glowing flower, and she's admiring it, and she shouldn't be having these types of emotions because she's a cyborg. And so it's almost like calling to question what is sentience and what is not. Sort of like that duality, that intersection of like art and technology. And so I see it as like a hopeful thing. And if you look at the piece, she's like very ethereal. The light of the flower is like really present. And so I see it as like, it's a positive thing so long as humans know how to control themselves and there's a balance. And that's a theme that'll show up a lot in my art, including in that piece. So definitely check it out. I'd love for you guys to see it.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. What about you, Isertra?
Yeah, so my piece that's down there is a landscape photography piece. A lot of my work is landscape photography with comp rendered 3D objects. So the object in it is a golden degen. The name of the piece is the golden degen, and the guy that's standing in the photograph was actually, I used AI as well, and did a text to 3D. I've been using a tool called Luma, Genie, and generated like, basically the prompts were like a human suffering the human existence, like draped in clothes, like just like, and then the AI was pushing out like just kind of like things that like make me feel kind of uncomfortable to look at. And I was like, all right, it was basically like a shape of like a homeless, scary kind of figure, ominous figure. And then I put that in there, made it gold, because for me, like the whole thing is like trying to find the value and have not have to work in life, just be an artist. But in doing that, it's always like I'm trudging through life in the uncertainty, and like this guy's in the snow, and it's a beautiful landscape, but he's lonely, and sometimes that's how it feels. So yeah, that's kind of where what the piece represents.
Awesome, thank you so much. Any questions from the crowd? We got about 100, 150 people in the crowd. Any questions? Okay, everyone seems not want to speak right now, but appreciate everyone putting their hands up. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the NFT and the Web3 space. One of my favorite things about it is the diversity, and it's not just the diversity of our skin color, but diversity of skill set of artists, the diversity in our fashion sense. A lot of times when you walk around in here, you can tell who's creative, who's artsy, and a lot of us kind of like huddle in the gallery area. So if you're looking to get into the Web3 space, you don't know how to code, you know how to draw a picture, you know how to draw a stick figure, you know, you build on CryptoVox, so whatever it may be, the art world is a very opening place. So if you want to get involved in the Web3 art scene, feel free to hit up any of us up on Telegram, on Twitter, Instagram, and we're always going to walk in with open arms. I really appreciate this art community. It has changed my life. It gave me a niche in the art world when it's hard to stand out. I've been able to work with museums. I've been able to work with big DAOs. I've been able to get my passport and go overseas just because I did a little bit of research on what an NFT was, what is blockchain technology, what is Web3. So I highly encourage everyone, if you want to get involved in the Web3 space, go into it, enter it through a art lens, and it might be able to change your life. You might be able to quit your job and work full time in this art space, just like we do. And I am a college dropout, first person to graduate high school in my family, and I've been able to do full time art because of this Web3 community. Thank you so much for all for being here. Thank you all for being on stage.
Thank you, guys.
I hope you all have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much.
Bid at the gallery. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Bye.
check out the gallery downstairs. Peace.
Eyes everywhere, that's three bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomping blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dead scene. Let it up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like who's got the keys? Nullifiers huffing. You're just a rat with As firewalls splinter to confetti bits, I'm curating leaps at the after party, sipping tearless tears. Call me well connected, I call it coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. They rock on P Island. Get homemade in 7 for Shaboom dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency so energy nodes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fans. They cackle and shout, self-sustain.